Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. At the top of Mount Olympus, where the clouds eternally danced around the golden palaces of the gods, Zeus watched the earth with a mixture of fury and determination. Prometheus's theft of the sacred fire had shaken the divine order, and the king of the gods could not allow such an affront to go unanswered. His stormy eyes scanned the horizon as his mind devised the perfect plan for revenge. In his celestial forge, Hephaestus worked tirelessly, molding gold and clay with his deft hands. Golden sparks danced in the air as he shaped the most beautiful creature ever conceived, Pandora, the first mortal woman. Her face was as delicate as the finest porcelain, her hair as black as the deepest night, and her eyes, her eyes bore the sparkle of curiosity that would be both her blessing and her curse. Aphrodite surrounded creation, giving her the gift of beauty and seduction, while Athena gifted her with intelligence and manual skills. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, whispered in her ears the gift of speech and the ability to weave words like silk. Each deity contributed a gift, making Pandora irresistible to mortal eyes. Meanwhile, on Earth, Prometheus lived in peace with his brother Prometheus. Both were titans who had chosen to live among humans, helping them to prosper. Prometheus, after stealing the sacred fire, had become a hero among mortals, teaching them how to master flames, forge metals, and cook food. His act of rebellion against Zeus had changed life on Earth forever. Zeus, watching the humans' progress with disdain, was finalizing the preparations for his plan. An ebony box adorned with intricate golden carvings rested on his throne. Inside it, invisible to mortal eyes, stirred the most terrible afflictions ever known to mankind. The king of the gods smiled, knowing that his revenge would be much sweeter than any direct punishment. Pandora, newly created and curious about everything around her, was sent to Earth with specific instructions. She was to marry Prometheus and never open the mysterious box she carried with her. Zeus knew that this prohibition would only increase her desire to discover what was inside. Curiosity was her deepest nature, woven into her very essence by the gods. On arriving on Earth, Pandora was greeted by Prometheus with instant fascination. His brother Prometheus, more cautious, warned him about accepting gifts from the gods, especially Zeus. But Prometheus, whose name means the one who thinks afterwards, didn't heed his brother's warnings. He was completely bewitched by Pandora's beauty and grace. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Pandora and Prometheus lived in harmony, building a life together in their modest stone house. The mysterious box rested in a corner of the room, seemingly forgotten, but always present in Pandora's thoughts. At night, she could swear she heard whispers coming from it, tantalizing calls that penetrated her dreams. Life on Earth was simple, but rewarding. Humans, thanks to the fire stolen by Prometheus, developed rapidly. They learned how to work metal, build sturdier shelters, and defend themselves against wild beasts. They didn't know disease. They didn't age with suffering, and wars were foreign concepts to their pure hearts. Pandora watched everything with fascination, taking an active part in the life of the community. She taught the women to weave, talked to the men about philosophy, and played with the children. Her presence brought a new dimension of beauty and grace to the world of mortals. However, with each passing day, curiosity about the contents of the box grew in his heart like a persistent seed. One particularly silent night, while Epimetheus slept soundly, Pandora once again found herself in front of the mysterious box. The full moon cast its silvery glow through the window, making the golden carvings sparkle hypnotically. The whispers seemed stronger than ever, promising to reveal secrets beyond his imagination. His hands trembled as he touched the smooth surface of the box. What harm could there be in just a little peek? She thought to herself. Surely the gods wouldn't have entrusted me with something truly dangerous. Her fingers slid into the lock, hesitant but determined. The air around her seemed charged with electricity, as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath. On Olympus, Zeus watched with a satisfied smile, knowing that his plan was about to come to fruition. Revenge against Prometheus would be carried out through Pandora's delicate hands, and humanity would pay the price for its arrogance in defying the gods. The lock gave way with a soft click, and for a moment, everything remained absolutely silent. Pandora opened the lid just a crack, enough for a single gust of wind to escape, carrying with it the first of the evils that would forever change the fate of mankind. Without realizing it, she had started a chain of events that would irreversibly transform the world of mortals. Pandora watched in horror as dark and sinister shapes escaped from the box in an endless torrent. The first breath of wind turned into a deafening howl, and dark creatures, representing every imaginable affliction, spread across the world like an uncontrollable storm. Their eyes, wide with dread, witnessed the birth of every evil that now infected the earth. Diseases, represented by greenish, slimy shadows, snaked through the air, looking for hosts to infect. Old age manifested itself as a grayish mist that began to touch mortals, robbing them of their eternal youth. War emerged as bloodthirsty red specters, planting the first seeds of conflict in human hearts. Famine rose like a yellowish wind that withered crops and poisoned herds. Epimetheus woke up startled by the turmoil. When he saw his beloved Pandora standing by the open box, he instantly understood the magnitude of the catastrophe. "What have you done?" he whispered, his voice laced not with anger, but with deep sadness. Pandora, overcome with despair, struggled to close the lid of the box, while more and more evil escaped into the world. Outside the house, the first screams began to echo. The inhabitants of the village, once so peaceful and happy, felt the changes in their bodies and minds. Pains they had never experienced before struck them, while dark thoughts began to eat away at their souls. Humanity's innocence was being brutally ripped away. replaced by a new and terrible reality. On Olympus, Zeus watched his revenge unfold with cruel satisfaction. His eyes sparked with each new suffering that spread across the earth, knowing that Prometheus would be forced to witness the price of his rebellion through the suffering of those he had tried so hard to protect. Prometheus, still free at that moment, sensed the change in the air. The Titan who had stolen the gods' fire to benefit humanity immediately realized that something terrible had happened. He ran towards his brother's house, his heart heavy with the foreboding of the disaster he would encounter. Pandora, in the midst of the chaos she had unleashed, struggled desperately with the box. Her tears fell onto the dark wood as she tried to contain what was left inside the cursed container. It was then that she noticed something different. A soft, golden light, unlike the dark shadows that had escaped, was still pulsating at the bottom of the box. Hope, the last entity trapped in the box, glowed serenely, waiting for her moment. Pandora, on an impulse, quickly closed the lid, keeping this last gift safe inside the box. Perhaps, she thought, in the midst of her despair, this last divine gift could somehow make up for the harm she had caused. The changes in the outside world were devastating. The sky, once always clear, began to be covered with dark clouds. The first signs of aging appeared on people's faces. Children began to fall ill, and disputes over previously abundant resources began to arise between neighbors who until then had lived in harmony. Prometheus arrived at his brother's house to find Pandora hugging the box, sobbing uncontrollably, while Epimetheus tried to console her. The Titan, with his ancient wisdom, immediately understood that this was Zeus's revenge, plotted not only against him, but against all of humanity. "My dear Pandora," said Prometheus softly, approaching the weeping woman, "don't blame yourself entirely. Zeus planned this from the start. Your curiosity was not just a personality trait, but a divine weapon forged specifically for this moment." As they talked, the first rays of the rising sun seeped through the cracks in the house, illuminating the box that Pandora still held. The golden glow of hope, still imprisoned, seemed stronger in the daylight, as if to remind everyone of its presence. "Hope remains with us," remarked Epimetheus, noticing the glow. "Perhaps this is the true gift of the gods, not to torture us, but to give us the strength to face all the other evils that now afflict us." Pandora raised her eyes, still watery with tears, but with a new understanding dawning in her heart. Hope, kept safe inside the box, would be humanity's last resort, a comfort in the darkest moments to come. Outside, the world was continuing its transformation. The first conflicts were breaking out between communities. Disease was spreading rapidly, and famine was beginning to show its cruel face. However, in the midst of all this chaos, something unexpected began to happen. Humans, facing adversity for the first time, began to demonstrate surprising strength and resilience. Prometheus watched with a mixture of sadness and admiration as the mortals adapted to their new circumstances. The fire he had stolen for them became even more precious now, not just as a tool, but as a symbol of hope and progress. People gathered, around the fires at night, sharing stories and mutual comfort, finding ways to survive and even thrive in the midst of adversity. News of the box's opening spread quickly among mortals, but instead of condemning Pandora, many began to see in her a reflection of their own nature, imperfect, curious, and capable of both mistakes and redemption. The story of the preserved hope became a symbol that even in the darkest times, there was still light to be found. As the days turned into weeks, humanity began to adapt to its new reality. Pandora, still carrying the weight of her action, dedicated herself to helping those who suffered from the afflictions she had freed. Her house became a refuge for the sick and afflicted, where she shared words of comfort and stories about the hope she still held. Prometheus, for his part, worked tirelessly to strengthen the community's defenses. With the emergence of the first territorial disputes, he had to teach the men the art of defensive warfare, a skill he had never imagined would be necessary in previous times. His heart was heavy when he saw how the people, once so united, now looked at each other with suspicion. Prometheus, foreseeing that Zeus' revenge was not complete, was preparing for his own fate. He knew that the king of the gods would not be satisfied with the suffering of mortals alone. During his waking nights, he shared his knowledge with the humans closest to him, teaching them not only about fire, but about medicine, agriculture, and the arts needed to survive the new times. The box, now kept on a specially built altar, emitted a soft, steady glow, hope pulsing inside. People came from far and wide to gaze at it, finding comfort in the golden light that escaped through its cracks. Pandora noticed that those who approached the box seemed to leave with a new vigor, as if the mere proximity to hope renewed their strength. In the land of mortals, the seasons began to change for the first time. Autumn arrived, bringing with it the first experience of scarcity that humanity would ever know. The trees, once evergreen and fruitful, lost their leaves. The fields, which had previously produced abundantly, began to show signs of exhaustion. Famine, one of the afflictions unleashed, began to show its cruelest face. In the midst of these changes, something unexpected began to happen. Humans, forced by necessity, began to develop new skills and technologies. The knowledge of fire, given to them by Prometheus, was expanded and improved. They learned how to store food, create more efficient tools, and build sturdier shelters. Adversity, although painful, was proving to be a driving force for progress. Pandora watched these transformations with a mixture of guilt and admiration. Each new achievement of humanity seemed like a small triumph over the evils it had unleashed. In her conversations with visitors, she began to realize that perhaps her action, although terrible, had forced humanity to evolve in ways that would not have been possible in its previous existence of pure simplicity. Zeus, from the heights of Olympus, watched the developments with growing irritation. The resilience of mortals surprised and annoyed him. He was even more disturbed by the fact that hope, which he had planned as the final blow, its absence should have been the real torment, remained with them, kept in the box by Pandora. It was then that the king of the gods decided to carry out the second part of his plan. On a particularly violent, stormy night, he sent his servants to capture Prometheus. The Titan, who had been waiting for this moment, did not resist. He was taken to Mount Caucasus, where he would be chained and condemned to eternal torment. An eagle would devour his liver every day, and because it was immortal, the organ would regenerate itself every night so that the ordeal could begin again. The news of Prometheus's punishment spread quickly among mortals, causing great consternation. Pandora felt the weight of her guilt increase, knowing that the Titan's suffering was directly linked to his weakness in the face of curiosity. Epimetheus, devastated by his brother's fate, spent days in silence, contemplating the flames that now seemed more like a painful reminder than a gift. However, even in this dark moment, something extraordinary happened. Instead of giving in to despair, humanity united in its shared pain. Stories about Prometheus's sacrifice began to be told around the campfires. His act of stealing fire and his punishment became symbols of resistance and hope. Pandora's box, containing the last and most precious of gifts, began to glow more brightly during these nocturnal gatherings. It was as if hope responded to the collective strength of mortals, feeding off their determination and giving them redoubled courage. Observing this phenomenon, Pandora began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't just a passive force waiting to comfort the afflicted, but an active energy that grew and strengthened with every act of resistance, every small victory over adversity that she herself had unleashed on the world. Communities began to organize themselves in new ways. Where once there had only been families living in natural harmony, more complex social structures now emerged. Leaders emerged, not through strength or fear, but through their ability to inspire and guide others through difficult times. Knowledge became a valuable currency, passed down from generation to generation with a new sense of urgency and purpose. Epimetheus, emerging from his mourning, took on an important role in this new order. His experiences, both the joy of his marriage to Pandora and the pain of losing his brother, had made him wise in a way that only suffering could teach. He began to advise the younger ones, teaching them to find a balance between caution and courage, between tradition and innovation. Pandora spent more and more time by the box, studying the glow of hope that pulsed inside. She noticed that the golden light seemed to respond to the emotions of the people around her, intensifying at times of greatest need. During the darkest nights, when illnesses seemed more severe, or when hunger struck harder, the glow became more intense, as if it wanted to reach those who needed comfort the most. On one of these nights of contemplation, Pandora made a surprising discovery. While carefully observing the pattern of light, she noticed that tiny sparks occasionally escaped through the gaps in the box, floating like golden fireflies before dissolving into thin air. Each person touched by these sparks seemed renewed, as if a tiny seed of hope had been planted in their heart. This discovery led Pandora to a new understanding. Hope didn't have to be completely contained. It could be shared in small doses, nourishing the human spirit without running out. It was like the fire that Prometheus had stolen. A single flame could light thousands of torches without losing its own light. Meanwhile, humanity continued to adapt to adversity. The first cities began to emerge, with walls to protect against wars and warehouses to store food during periods of scarcity. Medical knowledge, initiated by Prometheus, expanded as people learned to fight the diseases that now afflicted them. Epimetheus, observing these changes, began to organize regular meetings where people could share their knowledge and experiences. These gatherings, always held around a central bonfire, became sacred moments of union and learning. Pandora's box was always brought to these gatherings, its soft glow illuminating the faces of the participants. At one of these gatherings, a young fisherman shared a story that captured everyone's attention. He spoke of seeing Prometheus in his dreams, still chained to Mount Caucasus, but smiling despite his torment. In the dream, the Titan had said that his true gift to humanity was not just fire, but the ability to turn adversity into progress. This story caused Pandora to reflect deeply. She began to realize that perhaps the evils she had unleashed were not just curses, but also catalysts for change. Disease had led to the development of medicine, famine to the evolution of agriculture, and even war had taught valuable lessons about unity and diplomacy. The seasons continued their cycle, bringing new challenges with each change. Winter, especially severe that year, forced communities to develop more efficient techniques for preserving food and building shelters. People learned to weave warmer clothes and conserve the heat of the fire in more efficient ways. In the midst of these adaptations, Pandora noticed something extraordinary. Some of the evils she had released seemed to be transforming. Not that they had disappeared, but humans were learning to find benefits even in adversity. Old age, for example, came to be seen not just as a burden, but as a source of wisdom and experience. One afternoon, while assisting a group of healers treating the sick, Pandora had an epiphany. She realized that her true redemption would not come from keeping hope in the box forever, but from learning to distribute it wisely. Just as Prometheus's fire had spread from torch to torch, perhaps hope could be shared from heart to heart. With this new understanding, Pandora began to develop a ritual. During evening gatherings, she would open the box just enough for a few sparks of hope to escape, dancing among those present like shooting stars. Each person touched by these sparks became a bearer of hope, capable of transmitting it to others through words and actions. Zeus, watching from Olympus, was intrigued by this unexpected development. His revenge had transformed the world in ways he had not foreseen. Humans, instead of succumbing to despair, were becoming stronger, more resilient, and, in a way, closer to the gods themselves in their ability to face challenges and create solutions. Epimetheus, seeing his wife's work, felt his love for her grow even more. The woman who had been sent as an instrument of divine vengeance had become a source of healing and hope for humanity. Her act of keeping hope in the box, which had initially seemed a small consolation, was proving to be as significant as her brother's theft of the fire. Communities began to send messengers to each other, sharing not only resources and knowledge, but also stories of hope and overcoming. A network of solidarity began to form, connecting people who, despite distances and differences, faced the same challenges and dream the same dreams. Pandora's name, which had initially been associated with calamity, began to take on new meanings. People spoke of her not only as the one who had unleashed the evils of the world, but as the guardian of hope, the one who had learned to turn her mistake into a source of strength for all humanity. One particularly significant morning, Pandora woke up with a different feeling. The light of dawn came through the window of her house, illuminating the box that held hope. And for the first time since she had opened it, she didn't feel the crushing weight of guilt. Years had passed since that fateful night, and the world, although changed, was not as lost as she had first feared. Around her community, now a thriving city, evidence of adaptation and progress was visible everywhere. Hospitals had been built to treat the sick, complex irrigation systems guaranteed harvests even in difficult times, and schools passed on knowledge to new generations. Humanity had learned not only to survive, but to thrive in the face of adversity. Prometheus, who was watching his wife contemplate the sunrise, noticed a change in her countenance. The years had left their mark on her face. Old age, one of the afflictions released, had not spared her, but her eyes retained a special sparkle, now mixed with the wisdom that only time could bring. During one of the evening meetings, an elder shared an observation that captured the essence of what they had experienced. The evils that escaped from the box were not only our curse, but our harshest teachers. Each challenge forced us to grow. Each pain taught us compassion. Each loss showed us the value of what we have. The elder's words resonated deeply with Pandora. She began to understand that perhaps this was the gods' real plan, not just to punish humanity, but to force it to evolve. The presence of evil in the world had created the necessary context for hope to become truly meaningful. Occasional news arrived about Prometheus, still chained to his rock. Travelers reported that, despite his eternal torment, the Titan smiled when he saw the cities humans had built, the progress they had made. His sacrifice had not been in vain. The fire he had stolen had become much more than just a flame. On one special night, when the full moon bathed the earth in its silvery light, Pandora made a transformative decision. Gathering the whole community together, she explained that it was time for a change in the way they kept hope. The box, which for so long had been kept closed with only tiny sparks escaping, needed to be rethought in its purpose. Hope, she explained, is not like the other evils that have escaped. It doesn't run out when it's shared. On the contrary, it multiplies. Each person who carries hope in their heart becomes a source of it for others. Maybe it's time we trusted this truth more. With careful and deliberate gestures, Pandora began a new ritual. Instead of allowing only small sparks to escape, she opened the box completely. The golden glow of hope flooded the night, stronger than any fire, brighter than any star. But contrary to what many had feared, hope did not disperse as the other evils had done. Instead, the golden light danced among the people present, touching each of them before returning to the box, as if establishing a permanent connection. It was as if hope had created an invisible network, connecting all human hearts to their original source. This moment marked the beginning of a new era. The box would remain open, no longer as a sealed receptacle, but as a constant beacon. People learned that they could approach it freely, renew their strength, and set off again, taking with them not just the memory of the light, but its living essence. Zeus, watching from Olympus, finally understood something he hadn't anticipated. His revenge, designed to punish Prometheus and humanity, had inadvertently created something stronger than any divine power, a humanity that not only hoped for better days, but actively worked to create them. Epimetheus, who had always carried the weight of not having been cautious enough in accepting Pandora as his wife, now saw his decision in a new light. What had seemed like a weakness had turned out to be a strength. His ability to love and trust, even in the face of the unknown, had allowed hope to find her true purpose among mortals. The following generations would grow up hearing the story not only of the evils Pandora unleashed, but of the wisdom with which she guarded and then shared hope. Her story would become a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is always the possibility of transformation and renewal. And so, what began as divine vengeance turned into an unexpected gift. The evils that escaped from the box would continue to challenge humanity, but now there was a balance. Hope, no longer a prisoner, but a partner, shown as a constant reminder that true power lies not in avoiding difficulties, but in finding the strength to overcome them. Pandora, observing the legacy she had inadvertently created, finally found peace. Her curiosity, which Zeus had planned as a weapon, had become a catalyst for the growth and evolution of humanity. In her mistake, she had discovered a profound truth that sometimes it is precisely through our failures that we find our greatest gifts. Gleipnir's chains creaked against the rock as Loki writhed in his eternal prison, his green eyes reflecting what little light filtered through the cave's fissures. The serpent's venom dripped incessantly onto his face, and only the faithful presence of Sigyn, his wife, with her little basin, offered any momentary relief. After centuries of confinement, the god of mischief had memorized every drop, every iota, every moment of pain. Another millennium like this, he thought bitterly, remembering the events that led him to that situation. Baldur's death, his role in the ensuing chaos, Odin's rage. It all seemed like a distant nightmare now. Memories haunted him, like restless ghosts dancing in the shadows of the rocky walls. It was then that something changed. The cave air, always heavy and humid, became electrically charged. The shadows began to move differently, and an unnatural silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the serpent above stopped dripping its venom for a moment. Loki Laufeyson, an ancient voice echoed through the cave, making the rocks themselves vibrate. It was Odin, the All-Father, materializing from the shadows as if he had always been there. His single eye glowed with an intensity Loki hadn't seen in centuries. Sigyn bowed respectfully, but kept her basin firmly over her husband's face. Loki, in turn, just smiled his characteristic, ironic smile. All-Father, he said, his voice hoarse with disuse, to what do I owe the honor of this visit? Have you come to see if your chains are still secure? Odin didn't respond immediately. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched on his shoulders, their black eyes fixed on Loki. Something moves in the shadows beyond Yggdrasil, began Odin, his deep voice carrying the weight of eons. Something older and more terrible than Ragnarok himself. Loki raised an eyebrow, his interest genuinely piqued. And that should worry me because I offer you a choice, Silvertongue, replied Odin, approaching. A chance to prove your loyalty to Asgard and perhaps win your freedom. The silence that followed was as heavy as lead. Loki studied Odin's face, looking for signs of deception, an irony that did not escape him. And what would be the price of this generous offer? You must help the gods face this threat, declared Odin. But there is one condition. You may not resort to lies or deceit. Your cunning will be welcome, but your dishonesty will not. A bitter laugh escaped Loki's lips. You ask me to fight without my best weapons, Allfather? It's like asking Thor to fight without his hammer. That is exactly what I ask, Odin confirmed. Prove that you can be more than the god of mischief. Prove that there is value in you beyond the lies. At that moment, the walls of the cave shook, and a distant sound, like a scream from the depths of Niflheim, echoed through the rocks. Sigyn shivered, and even Odin's ravens stirred restlessly. What is that? Asked Loki, his curiosity overcoming his skepticism. The first signs, replied Odin. Something awakens in the deepest realms. Something not even the Norns predicted. Heimdall sees shadows where there should be light, and Yggdrasil itself trembles in its foundations. Loki closed his eyes, thinking. Centuries of confinement had taught him patience, but they had also fueled his resentment. However, the prospect of freedom, even if conditional, was tempting. Furthermore, there was something in Odin's tone that suggested this threat was real and truly dangerous. And if I accept, Loki began, measuring his words, how can I be sure you will keep your side of the bargain? I swear by the eye I sacrificed for wisdom, replied Odin solemnly. If you help us honestly and prove your worth, your chains will be broken. Loki looked at Sigyn, who was still holding the basin tightly. Their eyes met, and in them he saw hope, an emotion that had long since left that dark place. Very well, he said finally. I accept your terms, Allfather, but know that it will not be easy to trust me, just as it will not be easy for me to gain the trust of others. With a swing of his spear, Odin released Gleipnir's chains. For the first time in centuries, Loki felt his limbs free. He staggered to his feet, leaning on Sigyn for support. You will have to prove yourself, not just to me, warned Odin, but to all the gods. And believe me, they will have even less reason to trust you than I do. As Loki regained his strength, feeling the ancient energy flowing through his body again, the tremors in the cave increased. The distant sound became clearer, a roar that seemed to come from all 9 worlds at once. So, said Loki, stretching his long, immobile muscles, where do we begin? First, you must fully understand what we are up against, replied Odin. And to do that, we need to visit the Norns. They may have answers that not even I have. Thus, Loki took his first steps toward freedom, following Odin out of the cave that had been his home and prison for so long. The cool air of Asgard hit him like a wave, and for the first time in millennia, he felt something like hope. However, a part of him The part that always calculated, always planned, was already thinking about how he could use this situation to his advantage without resorting to his usual deception tactics. The challenge would be greater than any he had ever faced. Not only would he have to help save the 9 worlds from an unknown threat, but he would have to do so while being honest, an almost alien notion to the god of mischief. As he walked alongside Odin, under the watchful eyes of Hugin and Munin, Loki realized that his true ordeal was just beginning. The journey to Yggdrasil, where the Norns wove destinies, was silent. Loki observed every detail of Asgard's landscape, as if seeing it for the first time, his green eyes absorbing the changes that had occurred during his long imprisonment. The air still carried that strange electricity, and occasionally, subtle tremors shook the ground beneath his feet. Sigyn had remained in the cave, promising to meet them later in Odin's hall. Her absence weighed on Loki more than he cared to admit. She had been his only constant companion during the centuries of imprisonment. Things have changed a lot since your absence, Odin commented, breaking the silence as they approached. The great tree. The 9 worlds are no longer the same. I see, Loki replied, trying to contain his usual sarcasm. Even the air feels wrong. It was strange for him to speak without double meanings, without hiding meanings behind carefully chosen words. When they reached the base of Yggdrasil, where the roots sank deep into the well of Urd, they found the 3 Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, weaving the threads of destiny. Their ancient faces remained impassive, but their fingers moved with an unusual urgency. Welcome, Allfather, said Urd, the oldest of the 3, without looking away from her work. And welcome, Silvertongue. We've been waiting for you. Though the timing of his arrival was uncertain, Verdandi added, his fingers dancing among the golden threads of destiny. As everything is now, concluded Skuld, the youngest, whose eyes seemed to see beyond the present. Loki watched the work of the 3 sisters with fascination. The threads they wove seemed darker than normal, some almost as black as a starless night. What's going on with the wires? He asked, genuinely intrigued. Darkness approaches, replied Urd, a darkness that existed even before Yggdrasil sprouted, before the 9 worlds took shape, even before the giants, Verdandi added, before the void of Ginnungagap. Odin approached the loom, his one eye studying the dark patterns forming. Tell us more about this threat. The 3 Norns stopped their work simultaneously, an event so rare that even Hugin and Munin cawed in surprise. There is a being, began Skuld, so ancient that his name was forgotten before the first word was spoken. He slept in the depths, beyond the roots of Yggdrasil, continued Urd, in a sleep deeper than death. But now it awakens, Verdandi added, and its awakening threatens not only the 9 worlds, but existence itself. Loki felt a shiver run down his spine, a feeling he hadn't experienced in millennia. And why now? What woke you up? The 3 sisters looked at each other. Before Skuld responded, the balance has been disturbed. Lies and truth, chaos and order, light and dark, all the opposites that keep the worlds in harmony, have begun to fall out of alignment. Your imprisonment, Loki, Urd explained, was part of that balance. just as your release now is necessary to restore it. Loki couldn't contain an ironic laugh. So my imprisonment wasn't just a punishment. It was part of some grand cosmic plan. Everything is part of the great fabric, replied Verdandi. Each strand has its purpose, even those that seem out of alignment. Odin remained silent, absorbing the information. His ravens flew to the roots of Yggdrasil, investigating the shadows that seemed deeper than normal. How can we stop this creature? Finally asked the All-Father. They can't. Skuld replied simply. Not alone. They will need help from all kingdoms, including those they consider enemies. Frost giants, Loki suggested, his mind already working on the possibilities. Dark elves? Everyone, confirmed Urd. And most importantly, they will need to truly trust each other. No reservations, no ulterior motives. Loki felt the weight of those words. It was as if the Norns were speaking directly to him. What? If we fail, then there will be no Ragnarok, said Verdandi. There will be no rebirth, only eternal emptiness. A stronger tremor shook Yggdrasil, causing some golden leaves to fall on them. The shadows at the roots seemed to move of their own accord, and a distant sound, like a sigh from the depths of creation, echoed across the worlds. Time is short, warned Skuld. The Ancient One begins to move, and its influence spreads like poison through the roots of Yggdrasil. Where should we go first? Asked Odin. Look for the frost giants, Urd replied. They will feel the effects first, as Jotunheim is closest to the depths where the creature slept. Loki visibly tensed at the mention of his homeland. It won't be easy to convince them to help us. They don't trust Asgard, and with good reason. For this you must go, son of Laufey, said Verdandi. But remember, no deception this time. Only the truth can build the bridges needed for this battle. The three Norns resumed their work, their fingers moving even more quickly between the increasingly dark strands. It was a clear sign that the hearing was over. As they walked away from a Yggdrasil, Loki noticed Odin watching him with a peculiar expression. What it was, he asked, trying to keep his tone neutral. I just wonder if you really understand what's at stake, replied the All-Father. It is understood that this time there is no room for your games. Believe it or not, Thor's father, said Loki, surprising himself with the honesty in his voice. I understand perfectly. I can't say it will be easy to change millennia-old habits, but another tremor interrupted his words, this one stronger than the previous ones. On the horizon, dark clouds were beginning to form, but they were no ordinary storm clouds. They seemed to absorb the light itself. We must hurry, said Odin. I will gather the council of the gods to inform them of our mission to Jotunheim. Loki nodded, his gaze fixed on the strange clouds. A part of him longed to use his old tactics to weave elaborate plans of deception. It was his nature, after all. But for the first time in his long existence, he felt that maybe, just maybe, honesty really was the only way. Odin's golden hall was filled with tension as the gods gathered for council. Thor, with Mjolnir firmly in his fist, cast suspicious glances at Loki, while Freya and Tyr kept a calculated distance. The news of the God of Mischief's release had already spread across Asgard like wildfire. Brother, said Thor, his thunderous voice echoing through the hall. I hope you understand that at the first sign of betrayal. Yes, yes, Loki interrupted, raising his hands in a pacifying gesture. You're going to smash me with your hammer. Some things never change, do they? Odin slammed Gungnir to the ground, silencing everyone. The situation is too serious for old rivalries, he declared. The Norns have confirmed a threat prior to creation itself has awakened, and we need help from all the kingdoms to face it. Murmurs spread throughout the hall as Odin explained about the growing shadows and tremors that shook Yggdrasil. Loki watched the reactions, noticing how each god processed information differently. It was strange that he wasn't planning on how to use these reactions to his advantage. And should we trust Loki to negotiate with the frost giants? Questioned Tyr, his skepticism evident. The one who has betrayed us so many times. They have no choice, Loki replied, surprising everyone with his frankness. I'm half Jotun. I know your ways. And most importantly, I know how to approach Thrym, your current king. Thrym? Thor frowned. The same one who once stole Mjolnir. Himself, confirmed Loki, allowing himself a small smile as he remembered that particular adventure. But this time, there will be no disguises or deceptions. We need to be direct. The words sounded strange on his tongue, as if he were speaking an unknown language. The other gods seemed equally surprised by his statement. Freya stepped forward, her golden eyes studying Loki intently. And how do you plan to convince the ice giants to help us without using their usual tactics? With the truth, Loki replied, feeling each word weigh like the ancient chains of Gleipnir. I will tell them exactly what is at stake, that it is not a question of Asgard versus Jotunheim, but of existence versus the void. Another tremor shook the hall, stronger than the previous ones. Through the windows, they could see the strange dark clouds approaching, their edges seeming to devour the very light of day. Time is running out, declared Odin. Loki will leave for Jotunheim at dawn. Thor, you will accompany him. What? Exclaimed the two brothers in unison. We need to show the giants that Asgard is truly committed to this alliance, Odin explained. And Thor, you will serve as a witness to Loki's honesty. Loki and Thor looked at each other, centuries of rivalry and distrust weighing between them. However, there was something different in the air. Perhaps it was the gravity of the situation, or perhaps it was the centuries of reflection in prison. But Loki felt he was genuinely willing to try a new approach. It will be just like old times, brother, said Loki, surprising himself with the sincerity in his voice. Except this time, there are no tricks up my sleeve. Thor studied Loki's face for a long moment before slowly nodding. So be it. But know that Mjolnir will always be ready. As the gods discussed the details of the mission, Sigyn approached Loki. She had arrived silently at the hall, and her presence brought a strange comfort to the god of mischief. Do you really intend to do this? She asked softly. Completely abandon your old ways? Loki considered the question for a moment. It's not abandoning, he finally replied. It's adapt. Cunning doesn't always have to be accompanied by deceit. The words rang true, even to his own ears, and it disturbed him more than he cared to admit. Centuries of confinement had given him time to reflect, but it was one thing to think about change, and quite another to practice it. Night fell over Asgard, darker than usual, due to the strange clouds that now covered much of the sky. In the rooms assigned to him, Loki prepared for the next day's journey, organizing not plans and strategies, as he usually did, but honest arguments and truths that needed to be told. It's strange, he said to Sigyn, who was helping him with the preparations, to spend so much time weaving lies, only to discover that the truth can be just as powerful a weapon. Maybe that's the lesson I needed to learn, she replied, adjusting her cloak, that the most complex path is not always the best. One last tremor shook the palace before the night deepened, and through the window, Loki could see shadows moving unnaturally across the gardens. Tomorrow, he and Thor would leave for Jotunheim, and for the first time in his long life, the god of mischief prepared for a mission without a single contingency plan based on deception. It was scary. It was liberating. It was, he realized with a pang of irony, possibly the greatest adventure he had ever undertaken. The journey to Jotunheim began before dawn, with Thor and Loki crossing the Bifrost under Heimdall's watchful eye. The guardian of the worlds kept his expression impassive, but his golden eyes never left Loki for a second. Shadows move faster in Jotunheim, Heimdall reported, and the cold, it's different, deeper than normal. Loki felt an involuntary shiver at the thought of his homeland. The icy air of Jotunheim had always come naturally to him, but Heimdall's description suggested something more sinister. Keep your eyes open for any anomalies, he urged, surprising himself with the sincerity of concern in his voice. The path between the worlds was an explosion of color and light, but even through the glow of the Bifrost, Loki could see the strange shadows moving, as if trying to swallow the rainbow itself. Thor held Mjolnir tightly, prepared for any eventuality. When they landed in Jotunheim, the first thing they noticed was the silence. The realm of the frost giants had always been a quiet place, but now there was a sepulchral quality to the air, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Something is wrong, murmured Thor, his eyes sweeping the icy plains. The cold. It's like it reaches your bones. Loki nodded, his natural Jotun form beginning to manifest in response to his surroundings. His skin took on its characteristic blue hue, and ancestral marks appeared on his face. It's more than the normal cold of Jotunheim. It's as if something is sucking the very essence out of the place. As they advanced towards Thrym's fortress, they noticed that the ice beneath their feet was darker than normal, almost black in places. The crystal formations that normally reflected light with brilliant colors now seemed to absorb it. Remember, said Thor, breaking the oppressive silence, no tricks this time. You say that as if I were incapable of being honest, Loki replied, but without his usual scathingness. Believe it or not, brother, I understand the gravity of the situation. A distant roar made them both stop. It wasn't the familiar sound of a frost giant or any other known creature of Jotunheim. It was something deeper, more ancient, as if it came from the very depths of the world. The fortress of Thrym loomed before them, its towers of black ice rising against the perpetually dark sky of Jotunheim. Giant guards spotted them immediately, but instead of the usual hostility, There was something different in their stance. Fear. Prince Loki, called one of the guards, his voice shaking slightly. And Thor. Thunderer. King Thrym awaits your arrival. Loki and Thor exchanged surprised looks. Is he waiting for us? Questioned Loki. The shadows, replied the guard hesitantly. They talk. The king has been having visions. They were led through icy corridors to the throne hall. The place was different from how Loki remembered it. The walls, once a crystal blue, now showed black veins that pulsed like diseased veins. Thrym sat on his ice throne, but there was no arrogance in his posture. The giant king looked aged, worried, his red eyes fixed on the shadows that danced around the corners of the hall. So you came, Thrym said, his normally thunderous voice now barely a whisper. The shadows showed me. Something awakens in the depths. That's why we're here, Loki began, taking a step forward. We need Jotunheim's help. Help Asgard? A bitter laugh escaped Thrym's lips. After everything? It's not about Asgard or Jotunheim, Thor interjected, surprising Loki with his diplomacy. It's about the survival of all worlds. Loki watched the shadows move unnaturally across the walls. It was time to do something he had rarely done in his long life. Tell the whole truth. Your Majesty, he began, his voice firm. I am the son of Laufey, Prince of Jotunheim, by birth. Even if I grew up in Asgard, I know the history of conflicts between our kingdoms. I have participated in many of them. But what we face now is different. The Norns spoke of an earlier threat to creation itself, one that will make Ragnarok seem like a simple winter storm. The words were simple, direct, without double meanings or subtle manipulations. It was strange for Loki to speak like this, but there was power in this honesty. He could feel it in the attention everyone in the hall gave him. Another tremor shook the fortress, and more black veins appeared in the ice walls. The distant roar sounded again, closer this time, causing small crystals to break loose from the ceiling. The shadows whisper, said Thrym, rising from his throne. They show me visions of an endless void, of a darkness that devours everything in its path. Even the eternal ice of Jotunheim bows before it. Then you understand, Loki continued, that we need to be united. All kingdoms, all races, not for Asgard, not for Odin, but for existence itself. Thor watched his brother with a mixture of surprise and respect. It was the first time he had seen Loki argue without using any of his usual persuasion tactics, and the effect was remarkable. What if we refuse? Questioned Thrym, although his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Then there will be no Jotunheim to rule, Loki replied simply. Not even Asgard to hate, just emptiness. The silence that followed was interrupted by a sound that made everyone present freeze. Laughter. It didn't come from anyone in the hall, but seemed to emanate from the shadows themselves. It was an ancient, cruel sound that made the blood run cold. Your words are true, son of Laufey, declared Thrym finally. For the first time since I've known you, there's no mistake in your silver tongue. The thick, charged air of the hall grew even heavier as Thrym descended the steps of his icy throne, his imposing form approaching Loki and Thor. The shadows on the walls seemed to follow their movements, as if they were alive and attentive to the conversation. The frost giants will fight alongside Asgard, Thrym declared, his voice echoing throughout the hall. But we need to know exactly what we're up against. As if answering his question, a tremor more violent than any before shook the fortress. The shadows on the walls twisted, and for a moment seemed to take on almost tangible shapes. Faces distorted in agony, hands reaching for something in the darkness. "We need to consult the elders," said one of Thrym's advisors, a particularly old frost giant. "In the deepest caves of Jotunheim, there are ancient writings, predating even the age of Ymir." Loki felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. During all his years of study and mischief, he had never heard of these writings. "Take us there," he asked, surprising himself with the urgency in his voice. The descent into the caves was a journey through increasingly deeper levels of darkness. Thor held Mjolnir aloft, small rays dancing around the hammer to light the way, but even this divine light seemed to struggle to penetrate the darkness that surrounded them. "The shadows are thicker down here," observed Thor, his normally thunderous voice now reduced to a respectful whisper. "It's because we're closer," replied the old man who was guiding them, "closer to where he sleeps, or slept." Finally, they reached a circular chamber, its walls covered in symbols, so ancient they seemed to suck in the light rather than reflect it. Loki approached, his fingers delicately tracing the inscriptions. "That's not the language of giants," he muttered, "neither from the gods nor from the elves. It's something more previous," added the old man, "from when the universe was still young, and the first consciousnesses began to awaken in the void." While Loki tried to decipher the symbols, Thor and Thrym stood guard, their senses alert to any movement in the shadows. The distant roar sounded again, closer now, causing small chunks of ice to break off the ceiling. "Here," said Loki finally, his green eyes shining with understanding. "It tells of a being that existed before light, before time itself. The first conscious beings imprisoned him because his mere existence threatened to destroy everything that was beginning to form." "How did they defeat him?" asked Thor, approaching. "They did not," replied Loki, continuing to read. "They just put him to sleep, using the very light of creation." Another tremor, more violent than the previous ones, shook the cave. The shadows on the walls began to move with purpose, converging into a single point. "We need to get out of here," warned Thrym. But it was too late. The shadows solidified into a form that defied comprehension, something that seemed simultaneously solid and empty, present and absent. A voice that was no voice echoed through the cave, reverberating not only in the air, but in the very minds of those present. "Children of the light," said the voice, "so young, so ephemeral, trying to understand the incomprehensible." Loki stepped forward, his Jotun form fully manifested now. "You are the one who came before," he said, keeping his voice steady despite the fear he felt. "What existed in the void?" "I am the void," replied the entity. "And now that I have awakened, I will claim what is rightfully mine." Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning dancing around the hammer. "We will not allow it to destroy everything we have built." A laugh that wasn't laughter echoed through the cave. "Build it? You just play with fragments of light. Children fighting for sparks in the dark." It was then that Loki noticed something in the ancient symbols, something that had initially gone unnoticed. Wait, he said, his mind working quickly. The light of creation was not used to imprison him, it was used to give him form. The entity stopped, its shadows rippling differently. You see more clearly than your ancestors, child of ice and fire. The first beings did not imprison him, Loki continued, his voice gaining confidence. They transformed him, gave him consciousness, form, so that he could coexist with creation instead of destroying it. Thor and Thrym looked at Loki with confused expressions. But the god of mischief continued, and now you awaken not because you want to destroy, but because the balance has been disturbed. Because we need your darkness as much as we need our light. Shadows danced around them, and for once, they didn't seem threatening. Cunning and truthful, said the entity. You have finally learned to use the truth as your greatest weapon, Silvertongue. So you didn't come to destroy us? Asked Thor, Mjolnir still erect. Destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin, replied the entity. I just need to remember my purpose, and you children of light need to accept that the darkness is as necessary as the brightness. Loki understood then why Odin had freed him, why the Norns had spoken of balance, his own journey, learning to use the truth without abandoning his cunning nature, was a reflection of that same lesson. And now? Asked Thrym, his voice carrying the weight of all of Jotunheim. Now, replied Loki, we begin again, not as enemies, not as rivals, but as parts of a greater whole. The shadows began to dissipate, no longer threatening, but like a protective cloak over the realms. The distant roar turned into something softer, almost like an old, forgotten song. Thor looked at his brother with a newfound respect. You've really changed, haven't you? I haven't changed, Loki replied with a smile. I just found a better balance. And so, deep within Jotunheim, a new era began, not with battles or deceit, but with understanding and acceptance. The ancient darkness would no longer be a threat, but a necessary part of the fabric of reality, just as Loki would no longer be just the god of mischief, but a mediator between light and shadow, truth and cunning. Balance had been restored, not through force or deception, but through the most powerful and unexpected of weapons, the truth. At a time when mirrors were more valuable than gold and vanity outweighed wisdom, there was an empire governed by a man who devoted more time to his appearance than to state affairs. Emperor Augustus III, known by his subjects as the Magnificent, had the largest wardrobe ever seen in the entire kingdom, with clothes for every hour of the day and occasions that didn't even exist. The imperial palace, a majestic building of white marble and gold detailing, housed not only the royal family, but also an army of couturiers, tailors, and artisans dedicated solely to maintaining the emperor as the best-dressed man in all known lands. The halls of the palace were decorated with full-length mirrors, strategically placed so that Augustus could admire his reflection every few steps. Among the members of the court, royal advisor Sebastian stood out, a cunning man who had gained his position less through competence and more through his ability to agree with everything the emperor said. Sebastian had the gift of transforming Augustus's greatest follies into apparently profound statements, thus feeding the ruler's vanity. On a particularly busy morning, as the emperor was making his first change of clothing of the day, from his night robes to his morning attire, two travelers arrived in the city, Hans and Klaus. As they presented themselves to the palace guards, were in fact two tricksters who had built a peculiar reputation in other kingdoms, that of being the greatest weavers and tailors the world had ever known. I have heard that Emperor Augustus is a man of refined taste and incomparable wisdom, Hans commented to a guard, as his shrewd eyes studied the palace entrance. Klaus, his partner, agreed with a sly smile, and we have something special to offer Her Majesty. The news of the arrival of the famous artisans did not take long to reach the ears of Councillor Sebastian, who immediately recognized an opportunity to please his lord even more. After a brief audience with the visitors, Sebastian rushed to the emperor's chambers, where he found him admiring his new hat in one of the numerous mirrors. "Your Majesty," Sebastian exclaimed, making an exaggerated bow, "two of the most renowned weavers in the world have just arrived in our city. They bring with them an extraordinary artistry. They are capable of weaving a fabric so special that only truly intelligent and competent people can see it." The emperor's eyes sparkled with interest. Augustus had spent years collecting the rarest and most luxurious garments, but the idea of owning something so exclusive made his heart race. "Bring them to my presence immediately," he ordered, adjusting his posture in front of the mirror. Hans and Klaus were led to the royal hall, where they gave an elaborate presentation of their supposed abilities. With grand gestures and carefully chosen words, they described a magical fabric that, in addition to having colors and patterns of incomparable beauty, had the power to become invisible to the eyes of fools and incompetents. "Imagine, Your Majesty," said Hans, with a twinkle in his eye, "a garment that will not only highlight your magnificence, but also instantly reveal who in your kingdom is worthy of your trust." The emperor, completely involved in the idea, did not notice the look of complicity exchanged between the two swindlers. In his mind, he already saw himself wearing the most extraordinary clothing ever created, provoking admiration and respect wherever he went. "How long will it take to create this masterpiece?" asked Augustus, barely able to contain his anxiety. "For a piece worthy of your Majesty," Klaus replied with a deep bow, "we will need 2 weeks, the finest materials the Empire can offer, and of course, a suitable space to work in complete privacy." The emperor did not hesitate to respond to all requests. He ordered that one of the largest rooms in the palace be transformed into a studio, and that the two artisans receive everything they requested. Sebastian was assigned to oversee the project and ensure that the weavers lacked nothing. As preparations were made, news about the magical clothing began to spread throughout the palace. Ministers, courtiers, and servants whispered through the corridors, some excited, others apprehensive at the prospect of having their intelligence and competence tested through a simple article of clothing. Amid all this commotion, only one small figure observed the events with truly critical eyes. Lisa, the 7-year-old daughter of the royal gardener. From the window where she used to sit to read, She watched the comings and goings of people carrying supposed precious materials to the weaver's studio, and something in her childish heart told her that there was something very strange about that whole story. The girl, known for her disconcerting honesty, couldn't understand why everyone seemed so impressed by something no one had actually seen. But, being just a child and the daughter of a simple gardener, her observations were ignored by adults too busy pretending to understand the grandeur of what was to come. Hans and Klaus, installed in their luxurious quarters, toasted every night to the success of their plan. "It's always the same," laughed Hans. "The higher the position, the greater the fear of looking foolish." "And the greater the fear," Klaus added, "the easier it is to deceive them." Thus began the great farce that would shake the foundations of the empire. A story about how vanity and fear can blind even the most powerful, and how sometimes it takes the innocence of a child to reveal the truths that everyone refuses to see. The following days at the palace were marked by unprecedented agitation. Hans and Klaus began their work in the makeshift studio, where empty looms were operated with great ceremony. The two tricksters made elaborate gestures in the air, pretending to manipulate invisible threads with extreme delicacy, while loudly arguing about imaginary colors and patterns. Counselor Sebastian, in charge of overseeing progress, made daily visits to the studio. With each visit, he found himself in an ever-increasing dilemma. His eyes saw absolutely nothing on the looms, but his fear of being considered foolish or incompetent prevented him from admitting it. Instead, he enthusiastically praised the non-existent work, describing in exquisite detail the vibrant colors and intricate patterns he pretended to see. "Your Majesty," Sebastian reported to the Emperor every night, "the work is progressing in an extraordinary way. The patterns are of a complexity never seen before, and the colors, oh, the colors are simply indescribable." The Emperor listened with increasing anxiety, although a small voice in his mind began to question why he had not yet received any samples of the miraculous tissue. Meanwhile, little Lisa continued her silent observations. From her favorite window in the library, she could see servants coming and going from the atelier carrying empty baskets, supposedly filled with gold thread and silk. The girl began to make notes in her notebook, recording her observations with the precision of a little scientist. One day, during one of her rounds in the garden, Lisa met her friend Maria, daughter of one of the palace maids. "Have you seen the magic fabric?" Maria asked excitedly. Lisa shook her head no. "Mom says it's the most beautiful thing she's ever seen, but when I ask what it's like, she always changes the subject." Word of the magical garment had spread throughout the city, attracting curious nobles and merchants who hoped to have the privilege of beholding the wonder. Hans and Klaus, sensing an opportunity to expand their scam, began accepting donations from people eager to prove their intelligence and competence. On the fifth day of work, Emperor Augustus could no longer contain his curiosity and decided to make a surprise visit to the studio. Accompanied by a retinue of ministers and courtiers, he entered the room where Hans and Klaus worked diligently at their empty looms. The moment was one of absolute tension. Augustus stared at the looms, his face a mask of regal composure as his heart beat fast. he saw nothing but empty looms. But the fear of appearing foolish in front of his entire court was greater than any doubt. "Magnificent!" exclaimed the emperor, causing sighs of relief among those present. "The patterns are even more impressive than I imagined." Hans and Klaus exchanged discreet smiles as they bowed exaggeratedly. "Your Majesty has an extraordinary eye for detail," praised Hans. "Notice how the gold threads intertwine with the purest silk, creating this unique effect." He made gestures in the air, and everyone present nodded in agreement, no one daring to admit that they saw absolutely nothing. Lisa, who had sneaked into the studio along with some servants, watched the scene with growing concern. She lightly tugged on the coat sleeve of her father, the gardener, who was also present to admire the progress of the work. "Father," she whispered, "there is nothing on the looms." The gardener quickly covered his daughter's mouth with his hand, his cheeks red with embarrassment. "Hush, Lisa," he whispered in response. "Do you want them to think we are fools?" The girl frowned, confused by her father's reaction. In her notebook, she added one more observation. "Adults would rather lie than admit that they don't see anything." Meanwhile, Hans and Klaus took every moment to solidify their charade. They created an elaborate story about how each thread was woven from magical materials sourced from distant lands, and how only the purest of heart and brightest of mind could appreciate its true beauty. "And the most extraordinary thing, Your Majesty," Klaus explained with a dramatic flourish, "is that the garment adapts to the character of the wearer. The more noble and wise the wearer, the more magnificent it appears." This statement caused even more buzz among the courtiers, who now competed with each other to see who could make the most detailed observations about the non-existent fabric. Sebastian, in particular, stood out with increasingly extravagant descriptions, thus securing his position as the most insightful of the counselors. As the second week of work approached, anxiety in the palace reached feverish levels. The emperor had announced a grand parade to present his new clothing to the people, and preparations were in full swing. Local merchants began selling special lenses that supposedly helped one see the magical fabric better, and charlatans offered potions to increase intelligence before the big event. Lisa continued her observations, now accompanied by a small group of children who, like her, did not understand why adults acted so strangely. Together, they began to do their own experiments, trying to understand how something invisible could cause so much commotion. The truth, however, remained clear only to those who had not yet learned to fear the judgment of others. While the adults were lost in their web of lies and pretensions, the children of the palace kept a secret that would soon change everything. The emperor was about to parade without any clothes, and only innocents had enough courage to admit it. As the big day of the parade approached, Hans and Klaus intensified their preparations for the most crucial moment in their plan. With increasingly elaborate gestures, they simulated the final adjustments to the emperor's imaginary clothes, while an endless procession of nobles and palace officials paraded through the studio to admire their work. The clothing fitting ritual was carefully orchestrated by the tricksters. On a particularly busy morning, Augustus was taken to the studio for what would be the first fitting of the non-existent costume. Sebastian organized an elaborate ceremony with musicians playing softly and incense scenting the air to create a mystical atmosphere. Your Majesty, Hans announced with a deep bow, the time has come to experience the masterpiece we have created, especially for you. Klaus approached with his arms raised, as if carrying something precious, while courtiers sighed in awe at the seeing of the fabric. The emperor, naked in front of the mirror, watched anxiously as the two swindlers pretended to dress him in invisible clothes. His movements were precise and deliberate, accompanied by exclamations of approval from those present. Augustus felt extremely uncomfortable, but the fear of looking foolish was greater than any embarrassment. Lisa, who had obtained a privileged observation spot behind a heavy curtain, bit her lip to keep from laughing at the absurd scene she was witnessing. In her notebook, she wrote, "Today, the emperor stood naked in front of everyone, and no one said anything. Notice, Your Majesty, how perfectly the fabric fits your noble forms," Klaus commented, adjusting an invisible belt. "The colors enhance his natural dignity, and the patterns symbolize the grandeur of his reign." Sebastian, feeling he needed to maintain his reputation as the most perceptive advisor, added his own observations. "The details are truly extraordinary. I have never seen a shade of gold so golden." His statement was followed by murmurs of enthusiastic agreement. Meanwhile, in the palace kitchens and corridors, servants shared their concerns in whispers. Martha, the old cook, confessed to her assistants, "In 40 years of service, I have never seen anything like this. But who am I to question what the nobles see?" The palace children, led by Lisa, had formed a small investigation club. They met secretly in the gardens, sharing their observations and theories about the great hoax that the adults insisted on maintaining. Maria, the chambermaid's daughter, brought valuable information about the conversations she heard in the court ladies' quarters. "My mother spent the whole night practicing in front of the mirror how to describe the emperor's clothes," Maria told the group. "She's so afraid of looking foolish that she memorized an entire speech about embroidery that doesn't exist." The day of the great final test arrived with an atmosphere of expectation almost palpable in the palace. Hans and Klaus had announced that they would make the final adjustments before the parade, and the emperor was more nervous than ever. Although he continued to see nothing, he had convinced himself that the problem lay in his own eyes, not in his clothes. The ceremony of dressing the emperor for the final test was even more elaborate than the previous one. This time, musicians played a solemn melody while the tricksters performed their most convincing performance yet. With graceful movements, they dressed Augustus in layers upon layers of invisible fabric. "Now, Your Majesty," said Hans with a dramatic flourish, "take a few steps so we can see how the clothes move." The emperor walked hesitantly through the studio, completely naked, while the court applauded ecstatically. Lisa, observing everything from her usual hiding place, noticed something interesting. The higher the person's position, the more enthusiastic their praise for the non-existent outfit. In her notebook, she wrote, "The fear of looking silly makes important people act even sillier." In the evening, as preparations for the next day's parade entered its final phase, Hans and Klaus celebrated their success in their quarters. They had accumulated a small fortune in donations from the nobles and were already planning their escape after the big event. Who knew, Klaus laughed, that it would be so easy to make an entire empire believe in invisible clothes? Hans raised his glass in a toast to human vanity, our greatest ally. In the palace garden, Lisa met with her investigation club 1. Last time, the children had decided that something needed to be done. We can't let the emperor parade naked through the city, Lisa argued. It would be wrong not to tell the truth. Maria, however, was apprehensive. But what if they call us fools? What if no one believes us? Lisa smiled, hugging her friend. Sometimes, Maria, you have to be brave to be honest. That night, as the palace finally fell silent, different people faced different dilemmas. The emperor, in his quarters, rehearsed his posture for the parade, trying to ignore the fact that he could not see his own clothes. Sebastian reviewed his notes about the imaginary colors and patterns that he would need to comment on during the event, and Lisa, in her small bed in the servants' quarters, made her last note of the day. Tomorrow will be the day when truth will have to be greater than fear. She didn't know it yet, but her simple words were about to change the history of the Empire. The day of the big parade dawned with an exceptionally blue sky, as if nature itself wanted to witness the spectacle that was about to happen. The city's streets had been decorated with colorful flowers and flags, and a crowd was beginning to form along the planned route for the royal procession. In the palace, the emperor's preparation ritual began before sunrise, Hans and Klaus maintaining their elaborate charade until the last moment, performed a complex choreography of movements, supposedly adjusting and arranging Augustus's invisible robes. The emperor, shivering slightly despite the morning heat, tried to maintain his regal posture while feeling completely exposed. Your Majesty, declared Hans, with a dramatic flourish, never before has an outfit so perfectly captured the essence of royalty. Klaus agreed enthusiastically, making imaginary adjustments to the non-existent sleeves. The shine of the fabric will dazzle your subjects. Sebastian, who was overseeing the final preparations, had been rehearsing his comments about the outfit all night before. Notice, he said to the other courtiers present, how the patterns seem to change color depending on the angle of the light. Truly extraordinary. Lisa and her small group of friends had strategically positioned themselves along the parade route. The girl felt her heart beating faster, knowing that the moment of truth was approaching. In his pocket, his trusty notebook weighed like lead, loaded with all the observations he had made in recent weeks. As the time for the parade approached, the excitement in the palace reached feverish levels. Servants ran back and forth, musicians tuned their instruments, and guards in dress uniforms took their positions. The master of ceremonies, a normally controlled man, appeared to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown as he tried to coordinate all the details. Remember, he instructed his team, we must keep our eyes fixed on Her Majesty's magnificent outfit the entire way. His assistants readily agreed, although none of them knew exactly where they should look. Finally, to the sound of trumpets and drums, the emperor emerged from the palace. Augustus walked with measured steps, striving to maintain his dignity while secretly fighting the urge to cover himself. Hans and Klaus, now positioned among the courtiers, watched their masterpiece of deception unfold with satisfied smiles. The crowds gathering in the streets initially reacted with stunned silence. Parents lifted their children on their shoulders so they could see better, while they whispered nervously among themselves about the details of the clothes that no one could see. "What magnificent colors!" exclaimed a noblewoman, although her eyes showed clear confusion. "The embroidery is incomparably delicate," added a wealthy merchant, adjusting his glasses in the hope of finally seeing something. Lisa watched everything from her post, feeling a mixture of pity and indignation rising in her chest. Beside him, Maria held his hand tightly, both girls witnessing the absurdity of the situation the adults had created. The parade continued its slow way through the city, with the emperor maintaining a frozen smile on his increasingly pale face. The royal band played a triumphal march, while guards in formation escorted the practically naked monarch through the crowded streets. Sebastian walked close to the emperor, narrating aloud the supposed wonders of royal attire for the benefit of the spectators. "Watch how the sun makes the golden threads sparkle," he exclaimed, gesturing into space. Every detail was meticulously planned to exalt the greatness of our sovereign. It was at that moment that Lisa felt she could no longer remain silent. The truth that weighed on his heart was greater than his fear of the consequences. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward into the crowd, her clear, childlike voice cutting through the music and murmurs. "But the emperor is naked," she shouted, her voice echoing through the suddenly silent street. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The band hesitated, producing a few off-key notes before stopping completely. Augustus, who was passing directly in front of Lisa at that moment, felt his blood run cold in his veins. "The emperor is naked," Lisa repeated, louder this time. "There are no clothes." His words were like a stone thrown into a placid lake, creating waves of murmurs that quickly spread throughout the crowd. Other children, encouraged by Lisa's courage, began to repeat the same observation. "It's true," cried a small boy. "I don't see any clothes either." The crowd began to murmur louder, the simple and obvious truth finally finding voice through the innocence of the children. Augustus, feeling exposed not only physically, but also in his vanity, struggled to maintain his composure as the reality of his situation began to become impossible to ignore. Hans and Klaus, realizing that their elaborate scheme was about to fall apart, began to discreetly retreat towards the side alleys of the city. Sebastian, caught between his loyalty to the emperor and the undeniable truth before his eyes, remained frozen, his rehearsed speech dying on his lips. The moment of revelation that Lisa had predicted in her notebook had finally arrived, and with it, a fundamental transformation was about to occur in the empire. The truth, once spoken, could no longer be ignored, and the consequences of this day would forever change the way people viewed not only their emperor, but also themselves. The silence that followed Lisa's scream was broken by a rising wave of buzz that spread through the crowd. Emperor Augustus, finally confronted with the undeniable truth, felt his legs give out. The realization of his own foolishness struck him with the force of lightning, and for the first time in his life, the opinions of others mattered less than his own shame. "Guards!" Sebastian shouted, trying to regain control of the situation. Arrest that. But his words were interrupted by something unexpected. A laugh. A genuine, deep, and surprisingly humble laugh coming from the emperor himself. Augustus, to everyone's astonishment, began to laugh at himself. It was a laugh that carried years of vanity and pretension, a liberating laugh that made others around him start laughing too. In a matter of minutes, the entire street was filled with collective laughter, a catharsis that dissolved years of falsehoods and appearances. "The girl is right," declared Augustus, his voice clearer and more honest than it had ever been. "I was a fool, an emperor, so concerned with appearances that he allowed himself to be deceived by two tricksters." He turned to one of his guards. "Please bring me something to wear." While a cloak was quickly arranged to cover the emperor, Hans and Klaus attempted to slip away discreetly. However, the kids from Lisa's investigation club, strategically positioned around the city, began to point them out. "There are the cheaters." Maria, overcoming her initial fear, was the first to block their path with an accidentally overturned fruit cart. Other citizens, inspired by the children's courage, soon joined together to stop the crooks from escaping. Lisa approached the emperor, who was now appropriately dressed in a simple but dignified robe. She opened her notebook and, with the honesty that only a child possesses, said, "Your Majesty, I have been writing everything down since day one. Would you like to see it?" Augustus took the notebook with curiosity, leafing through the pages, full of precise observations and detailed drawings that documented the entire farce. A child's simple but insightful notes had accomplished what none of his counselors had had the courage to do: show the truth. "You know, Lisa," said the emperor, sitting down on a nearby bench, completely ignoring royal protocol, "sometimes we need someone small to show us how small we are being." He smiled, a genuine smile that completely transformed his usually stern face. In the days that followed, great changes took place in the empire. Hans and Klaus were arrested, but instead of severe punishment, the emperor decided that they should use their creativity for something useful. They were assigned to teach real crafts to the city's young people. Sebastian, initially fearful for his position, was surprised when Augustus called him in for a frank conversation. "I need advisors who will tell me the truth, even when it is uncomfortable," declared the emperor. "Are you willing to learn this from me?" The old imperial wardrobe was donated to those who really needed clothes, keeping only what was necessary. The huge rooms, once dedicated to the emperor's vestments, were transformed into learning spaces where children from all social classes could study and develop their talents. Lisa and her investigation club received special recognition. The emperor established a children's council that met regularly to share his observations about the kingdom with an honesty that only children possess. "Sometimes," said Augustus, "we need to see the world through the eyes of a child to see the most important truths." The story of the emperor's new clothes spread to other kingdoms, not as a story of shame, but as an example of how a child's honesty can bring wisdom to an entire empire. Augustus came to be known no longer as the Magnificent, but as the Wise, a title he considered much more valuable. In her last entry, about the great adventure. Lisa wrote, "Today I learned that the truth, even when difficult to say, is the most beautiful outfit anyone can wear." His notebook was preserved in the Royal Library as a reminder that wisdom often comes from the most unexpected sources. And so, the empire changed. People learned to value honesty more than appearances, and the fear of appearing foolish was replaced by the courage to be authentic. In the years that followed, when someone was tempted to pretend or lie for fear of others' judgment, it was common to hear someone say, "Remember the emperor's new clothes." The palace, once a monument to vanity, became a place where truth was celebrated and simplicity valued. Mirrors that previously only reflected appearances now seemed to show something deeper, the reflection of people who had learned to accept themselves as they really were. And Lisa, well, she continued to keep her notebooks of observations, which became popular reading among children and adults. His friendship with the emperor lasted a lifetime, reminding everyone that true nobility lies not in the clothes we wear, but in the courage to be honest with ourselves and others. The story of the emperor's new clothes became more than a legend. It became a living reminder that sometimes it takes the innocence of a child to peel back the layers of pretension that adults build around them and reveal the simple truth that was there all along, visible to all who had the courage to see. On an autumn morning, when the golden leaves danced gently in the wind, Cinderella woke up before the first ray of sunlight had even touched the windows of the Tremaine mansion. Her blue eyes, although tired, still held that special sparkle that not even years of hard work could erase. His blonde hair, tied back in a simple ponytail, framed a face that, despite its youth, already knew the weight of responsibility all too well. The mansion, once a place of joy and love when her parents were still alive, was now like a gilded prison. The long, ornate corridors, which had once echoed with laughter and music, now only conveyed the sound of her stepmother, Lady Tremaine's impatient heels, and her stepsisters Anastasia and Drizella's off-key screams. Cinderella clearly remembered the day her father brought Lady Tremaine and her daughters to live with them. At the time, only 8 years old, she believed she would finally have the family she had dreamed of since her mother's death. Her father, a prosperous merchant, was overjoyed at the idea of giving his beloved daughter a new mother. But fate had other plans, and less than a year later, he left on a business trip from which he never returned. It was then that Lady Tremaine's true nature revealed itself. In a matter of days, Cinderella was removed from her luxurious bedroom on the second floor and relegated to the cold, dusty attic. Her beautiful dresses were replaced by rags, and her jewels inherited from her mother mysteriously disappeared. From a beloved daughter, she became a servant in her own home. Now, 10 years later, at the age of 18, Cinderella had developed a meticulous routine to survive the endless days of work. She began her journey by feeding the chickens in the backyard, where at least she could talk to her only real friends, the little mice Jack and Gus, as well as various birds who always appeared to keep her company. "Good morning, my little friends," she whispered as she scattered corn around the chicken coop. Jack, the smartest and skinniest mouse, always replied with a cheerful, "Good morning, Cinderella," in his squeaky voice, while Gus, the chubbiest and greediest mouse was already busy trying to steal some grain for himself. The sun had barely risen when the cries began, "Cinderella, my breakfast." It was Anastasia, her voice shrill. "Cinderella, where are my clean clothes?" This time it was Drizella, no less annoying. And finally, Lady Tremane's cold, calculated command, "Cinderella, come at once." With agile and silent steps, learned after years of practice, she went up and down the stairs of the mansion, balancing trays, carrying clean clothes, and answering the impossible commands of her half-sisters. Anastasia, with her red hair and pointed face, demanded that her coffee was just the right temperature. Drizella, brunette and always grumpy, complained about the way her ribbons had been ironed. Lady Tremaine watched everything with her feline eyes, sitting in her favorite armchair, stroking her fat, evil cat, Lucifer. The animal black as night seemed to share his owner's cruelty, always chasing Cinderella's little friends and creating situations in which she would be reprimanded. Even in the midst of such contempt, Cinderella kept the memory of happy days alive in her heart. Sometimes, when she had finished her chores late at night, she would go up to the attic and sit by the round window, watching the royal castle shining in the distance. In his chest, a small flame of hope never went out, fueled by the stories his father used to tell him about love, courage, and magic. It was during one of these nights of contemplation that a royal herald passed through the streets of the kingdom, announcing news that would change everyone's destiny. Forever, the king had decided to hold a grand ball where his son Prince Christopher would choose his future wife. All the young women in the kingdom were invited regardless of their social standing. The news spread like wildfire through the Tremaine mansion. Anastasia and Drizella went into a frenzy of preparations, while Lady Tremaine saw this as the perfect opportunity to ensure that one of her daughters would become the future queen. Cinderella, hiding behind a curtain as she dusted the furniture, felt her heart race at the prospect of attending a festival for the first time in years. Gathering up all her courage, she approached Lady Tremaine that very evening. "Stepmother, the invitation goes out to all the young ladies of the kingdom. I too am a young lady of the realm." Lady Tremaine, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, replied with false sweetness, "Yes, dear, you're right. If you can finish all your chores and find something suitable to wear, I don't see why you can't go." Cinderella could hardly believe her ears. She ran up to the attic where she kept her most precious treasure, a dress that had belonged to her mother. It was a little old-fashioned and would need a few adjustments, but with the help of her little friends who were already offering to search the house for ribbons and buttons, she knew she could turn it into something special. What Cinderella didn't know was that that night would only mark the beginning of an extraordinary journey where magic, love, and courage would intertwine to change not only her destiny, but that of the entire kingdom. On the horizon, a fairy godmother was already watching intently, waiting for the right moment to enter the scene and help that special young girl find her true path to happiness. In the days following the announcement of the royal ball, the Tremaine mansion turned into chaos. Anastasia and Drizella ran around demanding that Cinderella alter dresses, adjust bows, and create ever more elaborate hairstyles. Their attempts to look elegant often resulted in comic disasters that only Cinderella could discreetly solve. During the evenings after finishing her daily chores, Cinderella worked tirelessly on her own dress. Jack and Gus, along with other mice, had managed to find lost pearls under the furniture, forgotten ribbons in drawers, and even a beautiful pink fabric that Drizella had discarded after one of her usual fits of rage. "Cinderella, look what we've found," exclaimed Jack one evening, dragging along a blue satin bow that would perfectly complement the dress. Cinderella couldn't hold back her tears of gratitude when she saw the efforts of her little friends. Lady Tremaine, noticing Cinderella's discreet enthusiasm, deliberately increased her daily chores. "Oh dear," she said, with false concern. "The curtains in the music room need to be washed again. And don't forget to polish all the silverware. The floor of the main hall is also in need of a good scrubbing." Even so, Cinderella was not discouraged. As she mopped the floor, she hummed softly, imagining herself dancing in the castle ballroom. Her movements with the mop turned into waltz steps, and for a few magical moments, she allowed herself to dream of a different life. One day, while cleaning the attic, Cinderella found an old book of fairy tales that had belonged to her mother. The yellowed pages contained stories about princesses, fairy godmothers, and happy endings. One illustration in particular caught her eye: a young girl in a beautiful ball gown dancing with a prince. Something in that image lit an even bigger flame of hope in her heart. "You know, Jack," she confided to the little mouse while sewing by candlelight, "sometimes I think my mother is watching me from somewhere, hoping I don't lose faith. She always said that kindness is the greatest magic there is." The days passed quickly, and the ball was approaching. The whole town was abuzz with preparations. Merchants displayed their finest silks and jewels. Shoemakers worked day and night to fulfill orders, and young dreamers bowed in front of mirrors, imagining the moment when they would meet the prince. At the castle, Prince Christopher himself was less than enthusiastic about the idea of the ball. "Father," he argued with the king, "don't you think there's a less theatrical way of finding a wife?" The king, a short, pudgy man with a passion for sweets and traditions, just laughed at his son's concerns. "Nonsense. A royal ball is exactly what this kingdom needs. Besides," he added with a mischievous grin, "I'm too old to wait any longer for my grandchildren." At the Tremaine mansion, the eve of the big day arrived with unprecedented excitement. Anastasia had decided that her green dress needed more frills, while Drizella insisted that her jewelry wasn't extravagant enough. Lady Tremaine watched everything with a satisfied smile, already planning how one of her daughters could capture the prince's attention. Cinderella, for her part, had finally finished her dress. It wasn't as luxurious as her stepsister's, but there was something special about it. Every stitch had been made with love, every detail chosen with care. The result was a simple but elegant dress that highlighted her natural beauty. "It's perfect, Cinderella," exclaimed Gus, spinning around happily while the other mice applauded. Even the birds that used to visit her window seemed to approve, trilling a cheerful tune. That night, while helping her stepsisters with the final preparations for the ball, Cinderella allowed herself to dream about what would happen the next day. She imagined herself walking down the steps of the mansion in her refurbished dress, getting into the carriage with her family, and finally, after so many years, having a night of merriment and dancing. What she didn't know was that fate sometimes has more extraordinary plans than our wildest dreams can imagine, and that somewhere not too far away, A fairy godmother was already preparing her magic wand, knowing that the moment to transform the life of that special young girl was closer than ever. As night fell over the city, the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, as if they too were looking forward to what was to come. In the Tremaine mansion, Cinderella fell asleep with a smile on her lips, her heart full of hope for the day that was about to dawn. The big day finally arrived, bringing with it unprecedented excitement to the Tremaine mansion. The sun had barely risen when Cinderella was already on her feet, rushing around to help her stepsisters with the final preparations. Anastasia demanded that her curls be perfectly styled, while Drizella kept complaining that her dress needed more adjustments. "Cinderella, where's my pearl necklace?" cried Anastasia from the top of the stairs. "Cinderella, my shoes are tight," cried Drizella from her bedroom. The young girl rushed to answer all the calls, keeping a serene smile on her face, because she knew that in a few hours it would be her turn to get ready for the ball. In between tasks, Cinderella discreetly went up to the attic to admire her refurbished dress, now hanging behind a screen. Jack and Gus stood guard proudly beside the dress like little sentries protecting a precious treasure. "You're going to be the prettiest at the ball, Cinderella," said Jack with conviction, while Gus nodded enthusiastically, his cheek streaked with crumbs from the breakfast Cinderella had shared with them. As the afternoon progressed, the anxiety in the mansion reached its peak. Lady Tremaine oversaw every detail of her daughter's preparations with an eagle eye, ensuring that nothing was out of place. Her plans to arrange a royal wedding for one of her daughters could not be ruined by any slip-up. Finally, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Cinderella finished her chores and ran up to the attic to get ready. With the help of her little friends, she took a quick bath and began to dress. Her blonde hair was tied up in an elegant bun, with a few loose strands framing her face. The dress, although simple, compared to those of her half-sisters, fit her slender body perfectly. The blue ribbons and satin bow that the mice had found added a special touch to the outfit. Cinderella turned in front of the small broken mirror, feeling truly beautiful for the first time in many years. "I'm ready," she announced gracefully, descending the stairs. Lady Tremaine and her daughters, already fully dressed, were waiting in the drawing room. The moment her eyes landed on Cinderella was one of pure shock. But, that's my lace," squealed Drizella, pointing to the blue satin on Cinderella's dress. "And those are my old pearls," exclaimed Anastasia, recognizing the tiny details on the bodice. Lady Tremaine watched the scene with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "So," she said in a soft voice that barely disguised her fury, "you stole my daughter's belongings to make your dress." "No, stepmother," protested Cinderella. "I found these discarded things. They were just leftovers that—" But before she could finish her explanation, Anastasia and Drizella advanced on her like beasts. "Thief!" they shouted, pulling at the ribbons, tearing at the fabric, destroying the work of weeks. In seconds, Cinderella watched in horror as her dream fell to pieces before her eyes. Lady Tremaine did nothing to stop her daughters. When they were finally satisfied with the destruction, she just said coldly, "Well, it looks like you don't have anything suitable to wear to the ball anymore. Too bad. Come on, girls, the carriage is waiting for us." With a cruel smile, she led Anastasia and Drizella out of the mansion, leaving Cinderella alone amidst the wreckage of her dress and her dreams. The tears she had held back for so long finally began to fall. Running to the back garden, Cinderella threw herself onto a stone bench, sobbing uncontrollably. Her little friends followed her, trying to offer consolation, but for the first time, their presence wasn't enough to ease her pain. I was foolish to think I could go to the ball, she whispered through her tears. I was foolish to believe that something magical could happen to me. It was at that moment that something extraordinary began to happen. Tiny lights like golden fireflies began to dance around the garden. The air seemed to become lighter, more sparkling, and a sweet motherly voice sounded close to Cinderella. Don't cry, dear. All magic begins with a tear of hope. Cinderella raised her watery eyes and was stunned by what she saw. Before her stood a kindly looking lady dressed in a shimmering blue cloak and holding a wand that glowed softly in the night. Her smile was so warm and comforting that Cinderella felt her heart calm instantly. Who are you? She asked, still not believing her eyes. Why, my dear, replied the lady with an even wider smile. I'm your fairy godmother, of course, and the time has come to turn your tears into something truly magical. The fairy godmother raised her glittering wand and with one smooth movement began to chant the magic words, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. The whole garden filled with golden light, and tiny magical sparks danced in the night air. Cinderella watched in amazement as her fairy godmother began to work her magic. First, said the fairy with a playful smile, we need a carriage fit for a princess. Her eyes roamed the garden until they found a large pumpkin. With another wave of her wand, the pumpkin began to grow and transform. Its sides expanded, gaining elegant curves and golden details until it became a magnificent carriage that sparkled like crystal in the moonlight. Now we need horses, continued the fairy. With a few more graceful flicks of her wand, 4 of Cinderella's mouse friends, including Jack and Gus, were transformed into majestic white horses. Their hair shimmered like silk, and their manes fluttered in the wind like satin ribbons. But who will drive? Asked Cinderella, still absorbed in the magical spectacle unfolding before her eyes. The fairy godmother laughed softly, and with another wave transformed an old garden lizard into an elegant coachman dressed in an impeccable uniform. And we mustn't forget the minions, she exclaimed, transforming 2 friendly mice into garrulous minions who immediately took up their positions beside the carriage. Finally, the fairy godmother turned her attention to Cinderella. And now, my dear, we're going to take care of you. With a flick of her wand, magical sparks enveloped Cinderella in a swirl of light. Her torn rags began to transform the simple fabric, giving way to a delicate silk that seemed woven with moonlight. The dress that emerged was a sky blue so pure that it seemed to capture the sky itself. The swirling skirt floated as if it were made of clouds, and tiny crystals sparkled across the length of the fabric like stars. Her hair was magically arranged in an elegant hairstyle, adorned with tiny crystal flowers that sparkled with every movement. But the final touch, and perhaps the most magical of all, were the little shoes. Made entirely of crystal, they reflected the light like diamonds and fitted Cinderella's feet perfectly, as if they had been sculpted especially for her. They're perfect, exclaimed Cinderella, turning to admire her reflection in a nearby pool of water. She could hardly recognize the elegant and graceful young woman she saw reflected. "Remember, my dear," warned the fairy godmother in a more serious tone, "all magic has its price. The enchantment will only last until the last stroke of midnight. When the clock strikes 12, everything will go back to the way it was before." Cinderella nodded, firmly engraving the warning in her mind. "I understand, fairy godmother. I'll be back before midnight, I promise." With the help of her minions, she climbed into the carriage, her heart beating fast with anticipation. Through the window, she saw her fairy godmother waving with a motherly smile. "Go, my dear, and remember, be true to yourself, for it is your goodness that makes you truly special." The carriage drove off gently into the night, and Cinderella felt as if she were living in a dream. The city streets looked different from inside that magical carriage, and every time they passed, people stopped to admire the extraordinary spectacle. At the castle, the ball was already in full swing. The main hall glowed with thousands of candles, and the orchestra played soft waltzes while dozens of couples danced gracefully across the marble hall. Prince Christopher, meanwhile, looked bored as he was introduced to an endless succession of young noblewomen. Lady Tremaine watched from a corner of the ballroom, proud to see Anastasia and Drizella trying to catch the prince's eye with their exaggerated movements and boisterous laughter. Other guests whispered and laughed discreetly at the sisters' clumsy attempts. It was at that moment that a murmur of admiration went through the hall. All eyes turned to the entrance, where an ethereal figure had just appeared. Cinderella, in her magical dress, was slowly descending the grand staircase, her little crystal shoes tinkling softly against the marble steps. Prince Christopher himself, who until then had shown complete disinterest in the ball, was immediately mesmerized by the sight. Without hesitation, he crossed the hall towards the mysterious newcomer, ignoring his father's whispered protests and Lady Tremaine's furious glances. "Excuse me," he said, bowing before Cinderella. "Would you do me the honor of this dance?" Cinderella, her heart pounding, bowed gracefully and accepted the prince's outstretched hand. The orchestra began a new waltz, and soon the two were dancing, lost in their own magical world. Their movements were so perfect and natural that it seemed as if they had been born to dance together. "I've never seen you before," commented the prince as they twirled around the ballroom. "I'm sure I'd remember." Cinderella smiled mysteriously, feeling more confident than she had ever been. "Perhaps some people aren't exactly as they seem at first glance, your highness." The prince laughed, charmed by her enigmatic response. "Please call me Christopher. And you are—" But before Cinderella could answer, the first chime of midnight echoed through the hall. Her heart froze as she realized that she was so engrossed in the dance that she had completely lost track of time. "Oh no," whispered Cinderella, her heart racing with every chime of the clock. "Forgive me, but I must go," she said to the prince, letting go of his arms and running towards the staircase. "Wait," called Christopher, trying to catch up with her. "I don't even know your name." Cinderella ran as fast as she could, her little crystal shoes echoing against the marble. In her haste, she didn't notice when one of them slipped off her foot on the way down the stairs. The prince, seeing the slipper shining in the candlelight, stopped to pick it up, Losing precious seconds in the chase, the young woman reached her magical carriage just in time for the sixth chime. The horses, sensing the urgency of the moment, galloped swiftly through the city streets. With each new chime, Cinderella could feel the magic beginning to unravel. At the ninth stroke, the coachman and his minions began to tremble, their elegant forms oscillating between human and animal. On the 10th, the carriage began to lose its crystalline shine, orange spots appearing on its sides. With the 11th chime, Cinderella jumped out of the carriage, which was already beginning to shrink, and ran through the mansion garden. At the exact moment the 12th chime sounded, she was safe in her attic, wearing her rags again, but still with a crystal slipper on her foot, the only tangible proof that that magical night had not been just a dream. In the castle, Prince Christopher held the other slipper, determined to find his mysterious dancer. "Father," he declared to the king, who was watching the scene with a mixture of concern and amusement, "I will find the owner of this shoe, even if I have to visit every house in the kingdom." The next morning, a royal decree was announced. The Grand Duke would visit every home in the kingdom, taking the little crystal shoe with him. The young woman whose foot fit the shoe perfectly would be recognized as the mysterious lady of the ball, and if she so wished, could marry the prince. When Lady Tremaine heard the news, she locked Cinderella in the attic. "We can't risk this chance going to waste," she muttered to herself, keeping the key in her pocket, while Anastasia and Drizella frantically prepared for the Grand Duke's arrival. Jack and Gus, who had witnessed everything, worked tirelessly to steal the key from Lady Tremaine's pocket. It was a dangerous mission, especially with Lucifer always nearby, but they knew it was Cinderella's only chance. The Grand Duke arrived at the Tremaine mansion at precisely 3 in the afternoon. Anastasia was the first to try to put the shoe on, wriggling her toes and straining her foot in every possible way. Drizella was no more successful, going so far as to almost break the precious crystal in her desperate attempt. In the attic, Cinderella could hear all the commotion. Her heart was racing as Jack and Gus finally managed to hand her the key after an exciting adventure that involved distracting Lucifer with an ingenious trap. "Are there any other young ladies in this house?" asked the Grand Duke, preparing to leave. "Me," called out Cinderella, descending the stairs with grace, even in her simple attire. "I'd like to try on the shoe, if I may." Lady Tremaine tried to interfere, "But she's only a maid." But the royal decree was clear. Every young girl should have her chance. Cinderella sat down in the chair, and before the Grand Duke could even approach the shoe, she pulled out her identical pair from her pocket. The hall filled with exclamations of surprise when she put on both shoes, which fitted perfectly. At that moment, her fairy godmother appeared in a swirl of magical light. With a wave of her wand, she transformed Cinderella's simple clothes into the same dazzling dress from the night of the ball. "That's her," exclaimed the Grand Duke. "The mysterious lady of the ball, Prince Christopher, who had insisted on personally accompanying some of the visitors, rushed into the mansion when he heard the commotion. His eyes met Cinderella's, and all the love they had shared during that magical dance returned in full force. "I knew I'd find you," he said, taking her hands in his. "But now, I need to know, what is your name?" "Cinderella," she replied softly, "and my whole life has been a preparation for this moment." The wedding was celebrated a few weeks later with all the pomp and circumstance that a royal event deserved. Cinderella, radiant in her wedding dress, made sure that her little friends took places of honor at the ceremony. Jack and Gus, wearing tiny formal clothes, couldn't have been prouder. Lady Tremaine and her daughters were invited to move to a remote estate where they lived to reflect on their past actions. The Tremaine mansion was transformed into an orphanage where destitute children found not only shelter, but also love and hope. As a final magical surprise, the fairy godmother presented the couple with a pair of crystal slippers for their first daughter, ensuring that the magic and love would live on for generations. And so, Cinderella discovered that her mother was right. Kindness really is the greatest magic there is. Her gentle heart and resilient spirit had been her true strength during all those difficult years, and now they were the basis of her happiness alongside the prince who had won her heart. Did they live happily ever after? Well, real life has its ups and downs, but Cinderella and Christopher faced every challenge together with love, understanding, and that hint of magic that exists in every heart that remains open to dreaming. And on clear nights with a full moon, it is said that a magical carriage can still be seen crossing the kingdom's skies, reminding everyone that fairy tales can indeed come true. You just have to believe and keep kindness in your heart. The warm wind blew through the agave fields, carrying with it the characteristic aroma of the dry land of Mexico. Maria Elena Ramirez adjusted her cowgirl hat as she guided her spotted horse, Relampago, across the golden plains of Jalisco. At just 23 years old, she already had on her shoulders the responsibility of keeping alive the ranch that her father had left before leaving this world less than a year ago. Debts piled up like the dark clouds that were now forming on the horizon. Maria Elena knew that, without a miracle, she would lose everything her family had built over generations. The bank gave its final warning. It only had 1 month to pay off the loan its father had taken out to try to save the cattle during the last drought. An impossible amount for a lonely young cowgirl. Night was beginning to fall when Maria Elena saw something unusual in the distance. A dark figure riding a coal-black horse seemed to materialize out of the approaching darkness itself. The strange knight was dressed entirely in black, from his leather boots to the wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. His eyes, however, shone with a supernatural intensity, like burning embers in the shadows. Señorita Ramirez. His voice was deep and melodious, pronouncing her name as if he had known her for a long time. I see you carry a great weight in your heart. Maria Elena felt a shiver run down her spine. How did that stranger know your name? Lightning fidgeted nervously beneath her, something that never happened to her faithful companion. Who are you, senor? The man tilted his head slightly, an enigmatic smile dancing on his lips. Some call me El Charro Negro. Others prefer not to call me at all. But I'm here to offer what you want most, the salvation of your ranch. The young woman felt her heart accelerate. The stories about El Charro Negro were as old as the mountains that surrounded his land. Your grandmother used to tell you about the mysterious knight who appeared to desperate people, offering to grant their deepest desires. But there was always a price, one that few were willing to pay when they discovered his true nature. What do you want in return? Asked Maria Elena, her voice firmer than she felt inside. El Charro Negro dismounted with preternatural grace, his boots making no sound as they touched the dusty ground. Just a small favor, my dear. Something simple that won't cost you anything at the moment. I need you to deliver a message to someone in your city, nothing more. What kind of message? All in good time, he replied, approaching. First, tell me, do you accept my offer? In exchange for this small favor, your debts will disappear like the morning fog. Your ranch will prosper like never before. Maria Elena knew she had to refuse. All the stories he had heard ended in tragedy for those who accepted Charro Negro's deals. But when he thinks about the ranch, about the memories of his father working that land, about his mother's proud smile when she sees the harvests, how could he let all of that be lost? I accept. The words escaped his lips before he could stop them. Charro Negro's smile widened, revealing perfectly aligned white teeth. From his coat, he took out a small envelope sealed with red wax. Give this to Father Miguel at the next full moon. Not before, not after. And don't open it under any circumstances. Maria Elena took the envelope with trembling hands. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and seemed to emanate a heat of its own. The black Charro remounted his black stallion, who had remained as still as a statue throughout the conversation. We will see each other again, Miss Ramirez, sooner than you think. With those words, rider and mount disappeared into the darkness that now dominated the landscape, as if they had never been there. Only the envelope in his hands and an inexplicable feeling of weight in his chest confirmed that the meeting had not been a dream. The next morning, Maria Elena discovered that her debts had mysteriously disappeared. The bank had no records of the loan, and the ranch seemed more prosperous than ever. The cattle were stronger, the crops were greener, and even the well that had dried up was now gushing crystal clear water again. But as the days passed, strange events began to happen. The cattle mooed restlessly during the night, as if sensing an invisible presence. The horses refused to enter certain parts of the ranch for no apparent reason, and Maria Elena began to have disturbing dreams, where she saw Charro Negro riding through a field of crosses, collecting something shiny from the graves with his gloved hands. The envelope kept in his drawer seemed to pulse with a life of its own, constantly catching his attention. Curiosity gnawed at her, but the fear of what might happen if she broke her promise was even greater. At night, as she lay in her bed, she could swear she heard the sound of horse hooves circling her house, although in the morning she never found footprints on the floor. The full moon was approaching, and with it, the time to fulfill your part of the agreement. Maria Elena began to realize that the small favor requested by Charro Negro could have consequences far beyond her understanding. Father Miguel was known for his kindness and dedication to the community. What kind of message would a shadow being have for a man of God? As the deadline approached, Maria Elena felt the weight of her decision increase. He had saved his family's ranch, but at what cost? What did it really mean to be part of a deal with El Charro Negro? The answers to these questions would come sooner than she imagined, and they would be much darker than her worst nightmares could predict. The night of the full moon was approaching, and with it, Maria Elena's restlessness grew. The envelope remained in her drawer, but its presence seemed to hang over the entire house like an invisible shadow. During the day, she busied herself with chores on the ranch, which was thriving almost supernaturally. The cattle were fatter, the crops were greener, and even the chickens were laying larger, more numerous eggs. Determined to better understand what she had gotten herself into, Maria Elena rode to the city to visit her old Aunt Dolores, known for being one of the guardians of the people's ancient stories. The gray-haired lady welcomed her into her small house filled with candles and images of saints, the aroma of copal filling the room. El charro negro, Aunt Dolores murmured, her wrinkled face twitching in concern as Maria Elena recounted their encounter. My girl, you don't know what you did. The old woman got up with difficulty and walked to an old chest, from where she took out a book bound in dark leather. The yellowed pages contained accounts of previous encounters with the mysterious entity. Maria Elena felt her stomach turn as she read about people who, like her, had made seemingly simple agreements, only to discover that they had inadvertently condemned other souls. Black Charro never asks for something without purpose, explained Aunt Dolores. Every favor, every message, every object he asks to be delivered serves a greater plan. He collects souls, mi niña, like a farmer harvests his corn. Maria Elena thought of Father Miguel, a kind man who always helped those in need. What would be Charro Negro's interest in him? Curiosity about the contents of the envelope grew, but the Black Knight's words of a warning echoed in his mind. On the way back to the ranch, Maria Elena noticed subtle changes in the landscape. The shadows seemed deeper, even in the afternoon sun, and the birds fell silent as she passed. Relampago was more nervous than usual, his ears constantly listening for sounds his night couldn't hear. At home, he found a surprise. On his table was a small bag of gold coins, seemingly out of nowhere. Next to it, a note written in elegant calligraphy, a small thank you in advance for your services. Cien. The coins were old, some with inscriptions she didn't recognize. When he touched them, he felt an inexplicable cold rise through his fingers. Maria Elena tried to convince herself that it was just another part of the deal to save the ranch, but something inside her told her that there was much more at stake. That night, his dreams were filled with disturbing images. He saw Father Miguel surrounded by dancing shadows, while Charro Negro watched from afar, his smile shining in the darkness. She woke up with a start when she heard the rooster crow earlier than usual, as if he too felt that something was wrong. The days that followed brought more disturbing signs. Ranch hands began reporting strange sights: a dark figure riding across fields at night, the sound of hooves where there were no horses, mysterious lights dancing over fences. Maria Elena knew that they were manifestations of Charro Negro, constantly reminding her of her obligation. With only 3 days left until the full moon, Maria Elena decided to visit the church, hoping to find some clue as to why Father Miguel would be targeted by Charro Negro. She found the priest lighting candles on the altar, his serene face masking a concern that she only noticed as she approached. Father, she called, her voice shaking slightly. May I speak to you? Father Miguel turned, and for a moment Maria Elena swore. She saw a gleam of recognition in his eyes, as if he knew exactly why she was there. Of course, my daughter. Is something troubling you? She wanted to tell him everything about the deal, about the envelope, about her fears, but the words seemed to stick in her throat. An invisible force prevented her from revealing her secret. Instead, he asked, "Have you ever heard of El Charro Negro?" The priest's face paled visibly. "They are old stories, Maria Elena, stories that carry dangerous truths. Why do you ask?" Before she could respond, an inexplicable cold wind blew through the church, blowing out all the candles. For an instant, Maria Elena was sure she saw a dark silhouette pass through the door, accompanied by the distant sound of horse hooves. Father Miguel quickly relit the candles, his hands shaking slightly. "There are forces in this world," he said in a low voice, "that are best left undisturbed. Be careful with the choices you make, my daughter. Some debts have a greater price than we can imagine." Maria Elena left the church with more questions than answers, the weight of the envelope in her home feeling even heavier. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with shades of red that resembled blood. Somewhere beyond the horizon, she knew the black Charro was waiting, counting the days until the full moon, when his mysterious plan would begin to unfold. That night, when he was keeping Relampago in the stable, the horse refused to go in, neighing in fright. At the bottom of the stall, Maria Elena found a single black rose, its petals shining with an unearthly luster. It was another reminder, another warning that there was no going back. The deal was made, and soon she would discover the true price of her bargain with the shadows. On the eve of the full moon, Maria Elena could barely sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Charro Negro's dark face and his enigmatic smile. The envelope in the drawer seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, like a hidden heart beating in the shadows. At dawn, she found another inexplicable gift, a black beaded rosary on her bedside table. The beads, when touched, emanated a cold that penetrated to the bones. Next to it, another note in the same elegant handwriting, "For protection, on the path you have chosen." During breakfast, Aunt Dolores appeared without warning, her face etched with concern. "I had a dream, mi niña," she said, sitting down heavily at the table. "I saw you handing something to Father Miguel, and then shadows, lots of shadows." Maria Elena poured coffee for her aunt, trying to hide the tremor in her hands. "What else did you see?" "Black Charro isn't just a collector of souls," Aunt Dolores explained, her voice low as if she feared being overheard by unseen ears. "He is a weaver of destiny. Every deal he makes is like a thread in a larger tapestry, a plan that few can understand." The old woman took a small cloth bundle from her bag. Inside was a wooden cross, old and worn. "This cross belonged to your great-grandmother. She also had an encounter with El Charro many years ago. Wear it tonight." As the day progressed, Maria Elena noticed subtle changes around her. The shadows seemed thicker, even in the bright sun. The wind carried incomprehensible whispers, and the ranch animals were restless. Relampago refused to leave the stable, something that had never happened before. In the middle of the afternoon, she decided to prepare for the night. The envelope weighed in his pocket like lead as he mounted Relampago, who had finally calmed down enough to ride. His great-grandmother's cross hung from his neck, along with the black rosary given by Charo. In the city, the streets were strangely empty. People seemed to instinctively feel that something supernatural was about to happen, staying inside their homes. The few she met along the way made the sign of the cross when they saw her passing. As she approached the church, Maria Elena noticed a familiar figure. Father Miguel was in the garden, taking care of his white roses. Upon seeing her, he stopped his work, his face taking on an expression of pained understanding. "So, it's today," he said simply. Maria Elena dismounted, surprised. "Did you know? I have been waiting for this moment for a long time," replied the priest, taking off his gardening gloves. "Black Charo has his plans, and we are just pieces in his game." Before she could respond, an icy wind blew through the garden, making the roses shiver. The sun began to set, painting the sky with otherworldly colors. Blood red mixed with a deep purple she had never seen before. "Come," Father Miguel said, leading her into the church. "We have a lot to talk about before the moon rises." Inside the church, the candles lit themselves when they entered. Father Miguel took her to his office, a small room filled with old books and religious artifacts. He closed the door and lit more candles, creating a circle of light around them. "You are not the first to bring me a message from him," the priest revealed, his eyes reflecting the candlelight. "Every full moon, someone different appears, each carrying a piece of a larger puzzle." Maria Elena felt the envelope burning in her pocket. What happened to these people? The priest's silence was more eloquent than any answer. He got up and walked to a bookshelf, where he took out an old book. The pages were filled with names and dates, some crossed out with red ink. "Every name here is someone who made a deal with him," the priest explained. "And every red mark," his voice trailed off. "Well, let's say some prices are higher than others." The sun had completely disappeared now, and the full moon was beginning to rise above the horizon. Its silvery light streamed in through the church's windows, creating strange patterns on the stone floor. Maria Elena could feel the moment approaching, like a growing weight on her shoulders. "Why you?" she asked. "Why is Charo Negro so interested in you?" Father Miguel smiled sadly. "Because, my daughter, a long time ago, I also made a deal with him. And now, every full moon, he demands a little more from that debt." A distant clock began to chime, announcing the time. Maria Elena felt the envelope in her pocket pulse more strongly, as if responding to the call. Outside, the sound of horse hooves echoed in the silence of the night, slowly approaching the church. Father Miguel stood up, his expression resigned. "It's time," he said. "May God protect us from what is to come." Maria Elena took the envelope out of her pocket, her hands shaking. The moonlight made it shine with an unearthly luster, and the red wax seal seemed to pulse like a living heart. The moment of truth had arrived, and with it, the revelation of the true price of his deal with El Charro Negro. With shaking hands, Maria Elena handed the envelope to Father Miguel. As soon as his fingers touched the red wax seal, all the candles in the church went out simultaneously, leaving only the silver light of the full moon illuminating the room through the stained glass windows. The priest held the envelope as if it carried the weight of the world. "There are consequences for every choice we make," he murmured, breaking the seal. The sound seemed to echo through the empty church like distant thunder. Inside the envelope was a single piece of black parchment with words written in gold ink that seemed to move in the moonlight. Father Miguel read in silence, his face becoming increasingly pale. Outside, the sound of hooves intensified. "It is time to pay my final debt," said the priest, carefully folding the parchment. "Maria Elena, you need to know the truth. 30 years ago, I made a deal with El Charro Negro to save the life of my dying younger sister. The price was my dedication to the church, not out of faith, but so that I could be his eyes and ears, identifying desperate souls he could tempt." The church doors opened with a bang, revealing the imposing figure of Charro Negro riding his shadow stallion. His presence seemed to suck all the light out of the room, except for the unearthly glow in his eyes. "Father Miguel," his voice resounded like dark music, "you have served well all these years, and you, Maria Elena, have fulfilled your side of the bargain admirably." Maria Elena felt the black rosary on her neck heat up. "What will happen now?" Charro Negro dismounted with supernatural grace, his boots making no sound as they touched the church floor. "Now, me darling, you will witness the culmination of decades of planning. Every soul Father Miguel helped me identify, every deal made, every message delivered. It has all led to this moment." Father Miguel placed himself between Maria Elena and Charro Negro. "She has nothing to do with this. Let her go." "On the contrary, Father, she has everything to do with this. Do you know why I chose you, Maria Elena?" Black Charro smiled, his teeth shining like polished silver. "Because you are the last descendant of a very special lineage. Your great-grandmother was the first to refuse my agreement, many decades ago. That cross you wear belonged to her." Maria Elena instinctively touched the wooden cross. The object seemed to pulse with its own energy, contrasting with the cold of the black rosary. "Every generation of your family has been tested," Black Charro continued, walking down the church aisle. "Your grandmother, your mother, and now you. The others refused my agreements, keeping their souls pure. But you, me darling, you accepted." Father Miguel took out a crucifix from his robes. "I will not allow you to take it." "Ah, Father, you have no choice. Your debt is due, and with it, your power to interfere." With a gesture from Charro Negro, Father Miguel fell to his knees, as if an invisible weight was pressing him. Maria Elena realized that she was shaking, but not from fear. A deep anger was beginning to build in his chest. "Did you plan all this? My father's illness? The ranch debts? For centuries, I have been collecting souls," replied Black Charro, now just a few steps away from her. "But some souls are special. They carry power in their lineage. Your family, Maria Elena, has the gift of seeing through the veils between the worlds. That's why your great-grandmother could refuse me. She saw my true nature. This gift passes from generation to generation, becoming stronger. And you want this power," she concluded, beginning to understand. "Precisely. And now that you've voluntarily accepted my deal, I can finally claim you." Black Charro extended his gloved hand towards her. But something unexpected happened. The wooden cross around his neck began to glow with golden light, while the black rosary crumbled into ashes. Impossible, whispered Black Charo, taking a step back. The deal. It was done under false pretenses. Father Miguel's voice sounded stronger now as he struggled to his feet. And Maria Elena carries not only the gift of her family, but also the protection of generations of faith and sacrifice. The light emanating from the ancient cross intensified, filling the church with a glow that made the shadows recede. Black Charo covered his eyes with one arm, his power seemingly weakened by the divine manifestation. This isn't over, he declared, his voice mixing anger and admiration. The agreement still exists, and there is always a price to be paid. With one fluid movement, he remounted his black stallion. The church doors opened with an unearthly gust of wind, and he galloped away into the night, leaving behind only the echo of hooves and a silent promise of return. Maria Elena ran to help Father Miguel, who seemed to have aged years in a few minutes. What happens now? She asked, still feeling the heat of the cross on her neck. Now, my daughter, we prepare, the priest replied, his voice tired but determined. Black Charo will not give up easily. He will return, and when he does, we will need to be ready. His family has kept secrets for generations, secrets that can help us face what is to come. The full moon remained high in the sky, its light now appearing more protective than threatening. Maria Elena knew that a new battle was just beginning, a battle for her soul, her gift, and her destiny. But now she was no longer alone, and for the first time since her encounter with Black Charo, she felt like she had a chance to win. The next morning, Maria Elena and Father Miguel gathered in the church library, surrounded by old books and yellowed documents. Aunt Dolores was also present, bringing with her a family trunk that had remained unopened for generations. Your great-grandmother left this for a time like this, Aunt Dolores explained, opening the chest with an ornate key. Inside was a dark, leather-bound diary and several ritual objects, including black candles, dried herbs, and a rosary made from native seeds. Father Miguel leafed through the diary with reverence. Your great-grandmother documented her encounters with El Charro Negro, and more importantly, how she managed to resist him. Your family's power comes not just from the gift of seeing through veils, but from the strength of their faith and connection to the land. Maria Elena took the diary in her hands, feeling an immediate connection to her ancestors' words. The pages revealed protective rituals, ancient prayers, and, most importantly, the true nature of Charro Negro. He is no ordinary demon. She read aloud. He is a being born from Mexico itself, from the shadows of conquest and the pain of our people. His power comes from agreements, from the souls who voluntarily give themselves to him, believing they have no other choice. While they were studying, strange events began to occur around the city. Animals mysteriously disappeared. Shadows moved against the wind, and people reported disturbing dreams about a black night. Charro Negro was making its presence clear, increasing the pressure on Maria Elena. He can't just take your soul, Father Miguel explained. The deal needs to be consummated of your own free will. That's why he's trying to force your hand to create enough desperation for you to surrender. Maria Elena spent the next few days learning her family's protective rituals, while at night she dreamed of the Charo Negro riding through fields of crosses, getting closer and closer. The ranch began to show signs of deterioration. Crops withered, livestock became sick, as if the previous prosperity had been just an illusion. "It's an old tactic of his," said Aunt Dolores, preparing an herbal bath to strengthen Maria Elena's spiritual protection. "He gives with one hand and takes away with the other, until the person sees no other way out than to give himself completely." One night, while Maria Elena was alone at the ranch, she heard the familiar sound of approaching hooves. Charo Negro appeared in the yard, more imposing and threatening than ever. "Last chance, me darling." His voice was like dark music in the night. "Give yourself up willingly, and I will spare everyone you love. Resist, and I will see each of them suffer." Maria Elena felt the weight of her great-grandmother's cross on her neck, along with the strength of generations of strong women who came before her. "No," she replied, her voice firm. "I will not give in to fear." Black Charo dismounted, his boots making the shadows dance around him. "Then we'll have to do this the hard way." With a gesture, he made horrible visions appear. Father Miguel wasting away in agony, Aunt Dolores losing her reason, the ranch consumed by supernatural flames. But Maria Elena stood her ground, beginning to recite the ancient prayers she had learned. The old Spanish words seemed to have a life of their own, creating a barrier of golden light around them. Black Charo tried to move forward, but each step seemed to cause him pain. "You don't understand," he roared. "Your gift belongs to the shadows. It is part of the darkness that inhabits this land." "No," Maria Elena replied, her voice carrying the power of her lineage. "The gift is ours, given by God to protect, not to destroy. You have no power over it, nor over me." The cross around his neck began to glow with increasing intensity, along with other sacred objects that Aunt Dolores had distributed around the ranch. The black Charo staggered, its imposing form beginning to dissolve into the shadows. "This doesn't end here," he threatened, his voice now distant. "There will always be desperate souls. There will always be deals to be made. And there will always be those who resist," replied Maria Elena, completing the protection ritual. With a final scream of fury, Black Charo disappeared into the darkness, taking with him the visions of horror and the deterioration he had caused. The ranch instantly regained its natural vitality, not the supernatural prosperity of the settlement, but the honest health of the well-tended land. In the days that followed, Maria Elena, along with Father Miguel and Aunt Dolores, worked to document everything that had happened, adding her own discoveries to her great-grandmother's diary. They knew the Black Charo would return eventually, looking for new souls to collect, new deals to make. "The important thing," said Father Miguel, now free from his old debt, "is that people know that there is always a choice. That despair need not lead to darkness." Maria Elena embraced her role as keeper of her family's knowledge, promising to help others who might be tempted by the Charo Negro. The ranch prospered through hard work and dedication, not supernatural means. Sometimes, on full moon nights, she would still hear the distant sound of horse hooves and see a dark figure on the horizon. But now, instead of fear, he felt strength, the strength of his family, of his faith, and of the knowledge that some battles are worth fighting, no matter the cost. And so, on the Mexican plains, a new story began to be told, not just about the Charo Negro and his tempting deals, but about a young cowgirl who had the courage to face the shadows and choose her own destiny.